Chapter 11:21. The wind rolled up the cold air on the ground. On the cliff, the white hair that hung on the ice slowly dragged. Li Zi expressionlessly came to the front of Chu Lao. At this moment, Chu Lao's body was covered with a layer of frost. Li Zi stretched out her finger and pointed at Chu Lao's body with her sharp nails. The ice sculpture in front of her was shattered into pieces in an instant and disappeared with the wind. After that, Li Zi's face gradually showed a painful expression. A trace of blood came out from the corner of her mouth. She suddenly hugged her body and fell to the ground. After some painful groans, her white hair shrank back little by little. She gradually returned to her original appearance. Li Zi staggered up and came to the edge of the cliff. Looking down, she could only see the thick fog below. She couldn't see clearly at all. She remembered that there was another man in black who also jumped down the cliff, but he hadn't come up yet. Li Zi hesitated for a moment and finally chose to jump down. Her body passed through the thick fog at a very fast speed. When she was about to reach the ground, Li Zi was suddenly stunned, not for anything else, but because she saw Ren Xiling. At this time, Ren Xiling's body was hanging on the branch of a big tree. After Li Zi fell to the ground, she immediately jumped up and carried Ren Xiling down the tree. Except for her clothes, which were scratched in several places, Li Zi found that Ren Xiling didn't have any bruises on her body. Her breathing was still calm. Li Zi opened her mouth and looked up at the ancient trees above her head. Ah! The law of not dying from falling off the cliff is true! Although it was a little unbelievable, there was nothing more to be happy about than that she could be safe. But Li Zi didn't find any trace of the man in black who jumped down after her. This really made her puzzled. Anyway, it seemed to be good to survive. This battle almost consumed Li Zi's monster power. She didn't think more about the follow-up. She directly carried Ren Xiling on her back and groped to leave this place. The snow elves who carried Yukiko were not far from her position. Li Zi didn't feel the uneasiness of the snow elves, so Yukiko should be safe. After Li Zi left, a dark mist slowly emerged from under the tree and quietly drifted away. At this moment, the two men in black arrived at the cliff. They had followed the signal left behind by the man from the administration and Chu Lao. But when they arrived at the cliff, they only saw a frozen corpse. The only one left was the man from the administration. It was obvious that his life force had been cut off. What the hell is going on here? A black-clothed man said doubtfully, then touched the ground. He wanted to grab some ice, but he found that he couldn't break the ice on the ground. Just now, there was an extremely strong burst of demonic energy, but it was only for an instant. Another black-clothed man frowned and said, "This matter is strange. We need to inform His Honor immediately." But right at this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the thick fog. Along with it, there was a slight tremor on the ground. It came from the place where the birthing soul pearl was refined. "Something's wrong. Hurry back." This might be a big scene that Bubugao could never imagine. On the ground, tens of thousands of old people walked toward the deep pit step by step as if they were possessed. Bubugao didn't know what was in the deep pit, but it was obvious that these people had lost their lives the moment they jumped in. He and Wang, who chased all the way. The traces left by tens of thousands of people walking in the stadium could be traced even by a layman. Not to mention that he had passed the training and was officially appointed as a new agent of the administration. People were dying at the speed of dozens of people in a few seconds, which didn't leave any time for Bubugao to hesitate and think. Oh, I didn't expect to encounter such a big scene on my first trip. I'm really a man chosen by fate. Bubugao screamed and rushed out in an instant. "Who are you? How dare you kill people here? Get out!" Wang, who opened his mouth, but he didn't have time to stop Bubugao from rushing out. "Demon, come out." While holding the pistol in his hand, Bubugao pulled the trigger a few times, and a loud gunshot spread far and wide on the ground. At this time, several figures rushed out from all directions and appeared in front of Bubugao in an instant. Black clothes, bronze masks. Everyone had a huge murderous aura. Bubugao quickly pointed his gun at several people in black, and at the same time his hand trembled a little as he took out his ID from his clothes. Don't move. Administration. Don't move. Don't move. Kid, your ID is upside down. One of the people in black said coldly. I know. I'm just testing you, whether you recognize it or not. Bubugao quickly turned the ID over. Don't move. Don't move. No matter who you are, what you want to do, stop now. The person in black who spoke first suddenly turned his head and said indifferently, Yuan, are all the people in your bureau so flustered now? Newcomers. A man in a black suit with a bell in his hand slowly walked out of the crowd. During this time, many important people in the government are on state visits, and a lot of people have been transferred. Every place in the country needs people to stay. As for the disaster area, it's not small and there are not enough people. Isn't it normal to catch new people to go to the battlefield? Is it? Then I'll leave it to you. The man in black nodded. Then he waved his hand, and several men in black escaped again. They all went to the edge of the sinkhole. To them, the flustered newcomer of the administration in front of them was really not a threat. Now was the critical moment of refining, and they were not in the mood to pay attention to him. Several people in black escaped, and Bubugao had no time to react. Now, only the man named Yuan was left. Wearing the same clothes as himself, and looking like a man in his 30s, Bubugao was a little confused. What's your name? When did you graduate? Which school did you graduate from? And what's your number? The man. Yuan smiled and walked slowly to Bubugao. Don't move. You're with them? Bubugao pointed the gun at him and found it difficult to maintain stability. Yuan pressed his hand slowly and said softly, Relax, I won't do anything to you. After all, taking care of the newcomers is the responsibility of the seniors. He continued to walk toward Bubugao. However, he had only taken a few steps when a bullet was fired at his feet. Bubugao chose to shoot at this moment. I said, don't move. Can't you hear me? Bubugao was sweating and looked around, but Yuan in front of him disappeared in a flash, which made Bubugao shocked. Before he could react, a sharp pain came from his abdomen, and he bent down instantly. That's why I said relax. Bubugao was in pain. Not only that, his gun was quickly taken away by Yuan, and then it was simply dismantled by Yuan, and the parts were scattered on the ground. Yuan stepped on Bubugao's shoulder and said indifferently, You're very brave. The administration needs new blood like you, but you came at the wrong time. What do you want to do? While speaking, a sweet blood spurted out from his throat. Bubugao didn't expect this guy's punch to hurt him so badly. You can't do anything even if you know. It's better not to know. Yuan directly grabbed Bubugao's hair and dragged him to the edge of the sinkhole. Unexpectedly, Bubugao gritted his teeth and took out a metal rod from behind his waist. He waved it hard, and the metal rod instantly elongated. He held the metal rod and waved it at Yuan. This wave made Yuan let go of his hand. Bubugao quickly used his palm to support his body and jumped back to open the distance between him and Yuan. Demon subduing whip? Yuan sneered, and then his body instantly swelled up. The strong body directly broke his clothes, revealing his terrifying muscles. Patches of yellow hair began to grow crazily on Yuan's body. His head gradually became not like a human's, and his hands turned into huge claws. In front of him was a huge black tiger. The black demon tiger twisted its neck at this time. It's more comfortable like this. Working in the agency, wearing human skin every day, my bones are falling apart. You're a tiger demon. Yuan opened his eyes wide. He knew that there were some non-humans among the agents working in the agency. But usually these non-humans were senior agents, on duty in some places with high danger index all over the country. Is it strange? Yuan sneered. Kid, I said that the old people take care of the newcomers. Let me take good care of you. Bubugao's whole body was cold, and his eyes quickly turned. The tiger demon in front of him was from the agency, and a bad news immediately sounded in Bubugao's heart. In the agency, was there someone like Yuan? In the end, what was behind it that had infiltrated the agency? However, before Bubugao had time to think, the tiger demon Yuan had launched an attack. In front of the demonized Yuan, as an ordinary person, Bubugao's fighting skills were useless. The pistol that could shoot Taoist bullets was dismantled by Yuan early on. You're really a newcomer. It seems that you're not even those sent to the various Taoist sects and monster clans to train. The tiger demon Yuan sneered. You're a pure newcomer promoted by the agency, right? First time on duty? Then you really hit the jackpot, encountering such a thing for the first time. The tiger demon's fist easily hit Bubugao's shoulder again. This fist made Bubugao's shoulder bones seem to have cracked. Bubugao collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud. I won't waste time with you. You go down too. The tiger demon quickly grabbed Bubugao again, wanting to throw him into the crater. Bubugao, who collapsed on the ground, suddenly straightened his belt and took out something, throwing it out with a scream. It was a longan-sized bead. The tiger demon Yuan saw the bead, and his face slightly changed, but it was too late to dodge. Boom! There was a loud noise, followed by a violent explosion. The explosion blasted a deep crater a few meters wide in the ground, and the billowing smoke and dust even spread to the edge of the crater. Bubugao vomited blood, and blood flowed out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. The sound wave of the explosion shook his face and made him bleed. Kid, you've got guts. In the billowing smoke, a tiger roar sounded. In an instant, the black tiger demon charged out. Its arms were lacerated, and its expression was ferocious and frightening. Damn it! This explosion didn't kill me. The people from the weapon department tricked me. Seeing Yuan rushing over, Bubugao closed his eyes in despair. However, at this moment, an even more resounding and domineering roar sounded from behind him. Bubugao subconsciously opened his eyes. He couldn't see what had happened before. He only saw this moment, this instant. The tiger demon in front of him, who couldn't even be killed by the special thunderbolt fire, had his entire chest collapsed at this moment, and he took dozens of steps back before he could barely stop. Beside Bubugao, Wang Hu maintained his side kick and slowly retracted his leg. Damn it, this big idiot is so fierce. Bubugao's eyes widened, and he looked at the guy who was temporarily dragged here on the road in disbelief. Damn it, Wang Hu, I'll be your fan from today onwards. At this time, the black tiger demon Yuan, who finally stopped, took a deep breath. But he couldn't withstand the terrifying power that had invaded his body, and he vomited another mouthful of blood. He opened his eyes in horror, as if he couldn't believe it. Why are you here? Emperor! Yuan didn't finish his words, and he fell to the ground. At this time, at the edge of the crater, the remaining few men in black had found something wrong, and they all stopped refining the soul birth pearl. When they arrived and saw Wang Hu at the same time, they were all secretly shocked. Why would the overlord of the demon realm appear at this crucial place? Old Wang, I didn't expect you to be so fierce. Bubugao hugged Wang Hu's thigh at this time, grabbed his trousers, and climbed up. When I go back, I'll definitely apply for a medal for you. Wang Hu frowned at this time, shook his head, and said, I killed it? I don't know what's going on, but after this guy screamed, I felt like killing it. Huh. Wang Hu shook his head. No one seemed to understand this feeling, even if he said it out loud. He looked at the men in black in front of him, frowned, and said, No matter what you guys are doing, just listen to him and stop what you're doing. This is not good. Not good. The men in black seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. For you, human life is lowly, and you actually sympathize with these people. Is there a problem? Wang Hu said suddenly, Lizzie told me not to mess around. Chapter 11:22. Lizzie said so. Looking at Wang Hu's self-righteous appearance, several black-robed men subconsciously searched their memories over the years. Li Zi, who was she? This was a name that hung in the mouth of the white tiger young master, Huang Baifu, so she was definitely not a nobody. However, no matter how they searched, they still could not find any information about Li Zi in their memories over the years. This white tiger young master seems to be a little strange. The black-robed men began to whisper among themselves. Could it be that he has reached an agreement with the authority, and now he's on the authority's side? After all, Wang Hu had personally rescued Bubugao and kicked the black tiger demon, Yuan, to death only recently. And after that, Wang Hu had shouted for everyone to stop. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this was very likely. Do it! One of the black-robed men shouted at this time. After that, he immediately leaped forward and attacked Wang Hu with his power. At the same time, two of them quickly retreated and returned to the edge of the sinkhole again. Then they entered the sinkhole one by one with the spells used for refining. At this time, seeing a black-robed man madly attacking him, Wang Hu instinctively raised his arm to block. The black-robed man's attack was very powerful. After blocking this attack, Wang Hu's legs directly sank into the ground. Wang Hu roared violently and swung his arm. There was no move or technique, and even his demon power was not very effective. It was purely brute force. However, it was this brute force that made the black-robed man's body feel as if he had hit a train. This sweeping arm directly swept him upside down. The black-robed man flipped in the air and landed on the ground. His palm scratched the ground, creating a claw mark of more than 10 meters before he came to a stop. As expected of the strongest white tiger, just brute force alone is already so powerful. The black-robed man slowly stood up. Then, how about this move? The black-robed man quickly stood in front of him and formed a seal with both hands. The air behind him was distorted. After that, two golden-armored warriors, shining with golden light, appeared directly behind him. The two golden-armored generals were both 5 meters tall. They each held a treasure sword and a golden truncheon in their hands. They looked dignified and had extraordinary auras. Holy **T. Why do these two look like door gods? Bubugao exclaimed, "This is Mao Mountain's spirit summoning technique." Are you from Mao Mountain? The black-robed man didn't say anything. He just made another seal with both hands. The two huge golden-armored warriors roared and swung their swords and golden truncheons at Wang Hu. Wang Hu was also ferocious. His thick arms were like metal and stone, and he used his body to crash into the sword of one of the golden-armored generals. Not only did the treasured sword fail to cut through Wang Hu's skin, but the blade even flipped when it struck Wang Hu's arm. At the same time, the golden-armored general swung the golden truncheon viciously at Wang Hu's head. Unexpectedly, Wang Hu crashed into the golden truncheon head-on and knocked the golden truncheon out of the hands of the golden-armored general. Wang Hu moved his arm and flipped his palm. At this moment, he directly grabbed the treasured sword in the hands of the golden-armored general and threw the golden-armored general out. Seeing this, the black-robed man was shocked. He didn't know why the white tiger young master lost an arm, but his combat power was still amazing. What made him feel even more desperate was that the white tiger young master was still fighting purely with his physical body. He didn't release any demonic power at all. Among the 4 spirits of heaven, the title of the strongest white tiger of the current generation was indeed not undeserved. Old Wang, save them first. At this moment, Bubugao screamed. The black-robed man here was just holding Wang Hu back. The remaining few over there were constantly sending living people into the crater to continue refining soul beads. Okay. At this time, Wang Hu also did not hesitate. He directly jumped up and slapped the 2 huge golden-armored warriors to the ground, and they could not even get up. These 2 golden-armored generals were spirits invited by this Mao Shan disciple. They were closely connected to his qi, blood, and spirit. At this moment, The two golden armored generals were broken. The black-robed man naturally didn't feel good. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost broke his cultivation technique. Attack together! Beside the crater, several black-robed men with bronze masks gritted their teeth and attacked together. Among them, there were Taoists who were nearing the end of their lifespans and demons whose qi and blood were beginning to decline. Although they were no longer as strong as they were in the past, each of them was once a powerhouse who reigned supreme. Although it couldn't be said that they were old but vigorous, they were definitely not weak in today's world. Feeling the turbulent power of these black-robed men, the demonic power in Wang Hu's body seemed to be drawn. Wang Hu's eyes turned golden in an instant. He took a deep breath and opened his mouth. A loud roar came out of his mouth. At the same time, a strong shock wave came out of Wang Hu's mouth. Roar! The shock wave rushed up to the sky and instantly broke through the thick fog here and went straight to the sky, and these black-robed men, after the shock wave subsided, fell to the ground like mud. Their bodies even emitted billowing steam. At this time, Bubugao only felt like his brain was being hammered by a hammer. It was so painful that it almost split open. This was only caused by Wang Hu's roar. Bubugao didn't know how terrifying the power of the shockwave was. He only knew that these mysterious men in black who were doing extremely evil things were all defeated by this attack. At this time, Bubugao limped in front of these black-robed men and took off the masks on their faces. After a while, Bubugao suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. This is the great king of Qingshan. 10 years ago, he massacred more than a dozen villages and disappeared without a trace. This is a Chuanjin demon Taoist. He once used living people to refine magic weapons and has at least hundreds of lives on his hands. And this one is this one too. All of them. When he recognized the true faces of these black-robed men, Bubugao suddenly felt a chill down his spine. These are all notorious felons on the administration's wanted list. These guys gathered together. What are they doing? Bubugao cautiously approached the edge of the sinkhole. He saw that at the bottom of the sinkhole, the crimson spiritual energy was rolling nonstop, like a flame. And in the middle of it, an even brighter red bead was slowly rotating. Just for this thing. Bubugao took a deep breath. He looked back at the people around him who had lost their souls. There were at least 70 to 80,000 people here. But before he came, how many people had jumped into the crater and become materials for the terrifying bead? Are you okay? Wang, who walked behind Bubugao and waved his hand to pat him on the shoulder. This made Bubugao jump in fright. His face turned pale. He originally wanted to shout at Lao Wang, but when he remembered Lao Wang's terrifying roar, he immediately stopped and shook his head. No, I won't die. Wang Hu nodded and then asked, then? What are we going to do? Bubugao looked at Wang Hu and then looked at the bead in the crater. But at this moment, Wang Hu suddenly frowned and looked back. He saw that in the thick fog, 2 black shadows suddenly shot out. It turned out that these 2 people were going to support Chu Lao. After discovering that Chu Lao and the other 2 had died, they hurried back. There's more, Bubugao exclaimed at this time. Wang Hu clenched his fist, but soon loosened it. He didn't know why. As long as he clenched his fist, he felt weak all over. Wang Hu shook his head. It was better to use his palm. However, these 2 black-robed men didn't say a word. They came aggressively, but they didn't attack Wang Hu. Instead, when Wang Hu and Bubugao were stunned, they directly jumped into the crater. They jumped down and seemed to be shouting something. When their figures disappeared in the hot, red spiritual energy, a huge red light suddenly shot out from the crater. At the same time, the red bead in the crater slowly climbed up along with the red light. In the surprised eyes of Wang Hu and Bubugao, a palm suddenly appeared as if it tore through space and took the bead in its hand. Wang Hu's eyes flashed with a trace of light, and he rushed to the sky. But at the moment when he was about to touch the mysterious palm, everything suddenly disappeared. Wang, who rushed out of the red light and didn't touch anything. In the end, he could only fall down and look at all this in confusion. The hot, red, spiritual energy in the crater gradually dissipated, and finally it became an ordinary crater that couldn't be more ordinary. Bugao, who was still in shock, looked at the people for a while, and then asked carefully, "Old Wang, are you okay?" "Gone." Wang, who was still looking at the place where the palm disappeared. Bugao sighed. He saw that the people who had lost their souls had fallen to the ground at this time. Bugao hurriedly went forward to check and found that these people had just fainted. He was relieved. Wang, who walked over and said calmly they should be fine. "I feel that." "You're not a doctor. How do you know?" Bugao asked curiously. "I just feel it, but I can't say it." Wang, who shook his head. "Right, what should I do next?" "Who knows?" This was not something that a newcomer like him could handle at all. This time, if it weren't for the fierce old Wang, he would have become the dregs in the crater. Or maybe not even a dregs. However, this old Wang was really fierce. Bugao thought quickly and suddenly asked, "Old Wang, let's not talk about what I'm going to do. What are you going to do?" Wang, who lowered his head and pondered for a while, and then slowly said, "Lizzie said that I have to abide by the law." "Well, I'll listen to you and abide by the law." "So who on earth is Lizzie?" "That's good." Bugao said seriously, "Old Wang, I'm now officially promoting you to a non-permanent member during wartime. Don't worry. Each of us has the right to appoint our own partner as a logistician. I haven't chosen my partner yet, so you can team up with me first." "Oh," Wang, who nodded. Bugao said, "Do your best. With your ability, you'll definitely be able to reach a very high position very quickly. Maybe it's even possible to aim for National Scholar." "National Scholar?" Wang, who frowned. Bugao nodded and said, "The highest honor in our administration not only requires extraordinary strength, but also unparalleled loyalty. National Scholars are responsible for the safety of the real big shots in our country. If it weren't for the fact that the big shots are on a state visit and a few National Scholars are protecting them, it would be a matter of minutes to catch these wanted criminals. However, I heard that the #1 National Scholar has been sent out to investigate this thick fog incident. I don't know where he is now." "#1 National Scholar?" Wang, who was quite curious. Bugao said proudly, "That's right. The one known as Fire Cloud Evil God. Legend has it that he's the strongest human. Anyway, do your best. My goal is to become the man of the section chief, and your goal is to become a National Scholar. Let's debut together." Oh, and so they returned to the problem of how to deal with the tens of thousands of people who were unconscious. Fortunately, there were many police officers and even soldiers from the military who came to rescue them. There was even a major named Lung Feng among them. After Lung Feng was rescued by Bugao, the two men explained the situation to each other and finally understood the current situation. But Lung Feng discovered something that made his heart burn with anxiety. Rin Xiling was missing. When he heard Bugao say that before he arrived, many people had been pushed into the deep pit and used as materials for some evil creature, Lung Feng's face turned even paler. "Brother Luo, Dumbo let you down." He walked to the deep pit, his eyes glistening with tears. "Major Lung." Lung Feng took a deep breath and turned around. When he saw Bugao walking towards him, he said in a low voice, "I'm fine. Protecting the people is more important. Let's hurry up and pack up. Mr. Bu, can you show us the way out?" "No problem." Bugao nodded. His original job was to enter areas with thick fog and assist in rescuing and evacuating the people. He was a little worried when he was alone since it was his first time on duty. But now that he had encountered Wang, Bugao was not afraid at all. This was a sure win. Inside the karst cave on the towering altar, Lai Kaishing slowly pulled his arm out of the pillar on the altar. After he pulled it out, a bright red orb slowly rotated in his palm. At that moment, an old voice spoke from behind him. The quality of this divine spirit orb is not at its best. Lai Kaixing turned around, and behind him was a man wearing a bronze mask. This was the real Tianqin 71. "There's a problem," Lai Kaixing said unhurriedly. "Not long ago, Pit 19 encountered Shinryu. What is it this time?" "The man with the bronze mask," Tianqin 71 asked in a low voice. "It seems to be the White Tiger, young master, Huang Baifu." "It's him." Tianqin 71 lowered his head and pondered for a moment before saying, "We don't know what happened in the Penglai treasure vault. But since Huang Baifu appeared, I'm afraid Bai Jie and the others may have returned. And there's the fire cloud, evil god from the administration. The situation is very unfavorable for us." Lai Kaixing said indifferently, "It's okay. Although these two divine spirit orbs are not perfect, we have enough materials to refine 1,000,000 divine spirit orb." He waved his hand, and bright red pearls appeared out of thin air on the altar. Each of these life soul pearls contained tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of living souls. He said he was going to refine 1,000,000 divine spirit orb, but it was not really 1,000,000, maybe 2 or 3 million. At this moment, Chapter 11:23. This was the last place in the valley where the soul birth orbs were being refined. A young man stood on the slope with his hands behind his back. He was looking at the densely packed heads below. His eyes were indifferent, and his mind didn't seem to be on the progress of the refinement below. Soon, another young man came to the slope. Shiyu. The young man standing with his hands behind his back was Gongsun Shiyu, one of the heroes of the Qian division of the Xianyuan Palace. He had awakened a part of the Yellow Emperor's bloodline in the collateral branch of the Gongsun clan, after being defeated by the fire cloud evil god and forced to retreat. Gongsun Shiyu sought a place to heal his wounds. After his injuries were healed, he began to participate in the refinement of the 1,000,000 soul birth orbs. In this dense fog area, they quietly opened up a large number of such deep pits with the help of the fog. As the connection between the outside world and the fog was almost cut off, the soul, generating beads, bypassed the eyes and ears of the people from the administrative bureau one after another and were quietly refined successfully. They were still trying their best to search for traces of the trapped people in the fog, but they didn't know that most of the people in this area were already dead. "Shi Shui, you're back." Hearing this, Gongsun Shiyu turned around. Gongsun Shi Shui was someone who had grown up with him. They received the teachings of the clan together, practiced martial arts together, and participated in the inheritance of war souls together. They were almost inseparable from each other since birth. This time, Gongsun Jishui's war soul was accidentally destroyed when he was trying to capture Nero. With no other choice, Gongsun Jishui could only return to the Xianyuan Palace and select a new war soul from the Martyr's Palace. There was a small problem with the inheritance of the war soul, but it's been resolved. Gongsun Shi Shui said seriously, "What kind of war soul was it?" Gongsun Shiyu asked slowly. Gongsun Shi Shui smiled. "It was quite lucky. It was chosen by the first generation of war souls." Gongsun Shiyu opened his mouth slightly. The so-called first generation of war souls were actually the generals who had followed the Yellow Emperor to war. Their souls were preserved in a special way, and they were the most powerful war souls in the Xianyuan Palace. The direct descendants of the first generation of heroic souls were called the second generation of heroic souls, and so on until the fourth generation. Then they agreed to be called the fifth generation of fighting souls. Gongsun Shiyu and Gongsun Jishui received the inheritance of the battle soul together. Because Gongsun Shiyu had awakened the bloodline of the Yellow Emperor, he received the first generation battle soul the first time he came in contact with it. Moreover, it was one of the first generation battle souls, while Gongsun Jishui only received the second generation battle soul. "I didn't expect you to profit from your misfortune." Gongsun Shiyu nodded. Gazing into the distance, she said in a low voice, "First generation. You are gradually catching up, sure sway. At this time, Gong Sun Jishui did not notice the trace of disharmony in Gong Sun Shiyu's tone. Perhaps the ancestors responded to me. In the current situation, I cannot be a burden. Then, Gong Sun Jishui walked to the edge of the slope and looked down at the dark mass of figures. He frowned and said, "See, do we really have to help Lai Kai-shing to this extent? Even though we, as martial cultivators, do not have the concept of karma and sin. But after all, your shocking Huangji scripture is to help the world. You are walking the path of man. I know what I am doing." Gong Sun Shiyu shook his head. The monarch's shocking world scripture is the #1 martial art in the world for the emperor of mankind to cultivate. Since ancient times, there have only been a handful of people who have been able to cultivate it to the emperor realm, and the only one who was able to cultivate it to the highest level, the emperor realm, was the Yellow Emperor, who created it. Now, I have been lingering in the emperor realm for a long time, and I still can't break through. Do you know what I lack? What is it? Dragon Chi. Gong Sun Shiyu looked down at the dark mass of heads coldly again. The Dragon Chi of the Shinryu Emperor. Only by becoming the emperor of the human world and absorbing the Dragon Chi of the Shinryu Emperor into my body can I take another step forward and enter the emperor realm of the shocking Huangji scripture. This is what Lai Kai-shing promised you. Gong Sun Jishui suddenly asked in a low voice. He promised me? Gong Sun Shiyu said indifferently, "The younger generation of the Qian division of the Xianyuan Palace will arrive in a few days. I will let him fulfill his lifelong wish, and then this world will be mine. There is no such thing as who can promise who." Restoring the imperial system, building a new dynasty, breaking through the new realm of the shocking Huangji scripture as the emperor of a new dynasty, and pursuing the pinnacle of power. This was Gong Sun Shiyu's ultimate goal. But the Xianyuan Palace's motto was to hide from the world, and only when Kelowna was in danger would they make a move. Gong Sun Shiyu's idea was the same as breaking the thousands of years of Xianyuan Palace's motto. Not to mention whether the older generation of the Qian division would agree, the Kuan division would probably jump out to stop him. Gong Sun Jishui sighed. The shocking Huangji scripture is only one of the 3 great martial arts of the Xianyuan Palace. Shiyu, with your talent, if you cultivated the other 2 martial arts, you would have reached the peak already. Why do you have to do this? Because only the shocking Huangji scripture can reach the pinnacle of the scenery. Gong Sun Shiyu said faintly, just like how the Shinryu of Kelowna stood at the pinnacle, or that golden-haired woman that day, the kind of pinnacle power. What kind of color is this world in their eyes? Don't tell me you don't want to know. Gong Sun Jishui was silent for a moment. He decided to skip this topic. When I came here, I went to Lai Caixing's place first. From what I saw, the number of generating soul orbs seems to be enough. This last trap is dispensable. Since this one has already been refined to this point, I might as well finish it. Gong Sun Shiyu said indifferently, "The ones here are just fake objects. There aren't many with true souls. Besides, the Xianyuan Palace is not the underworld. Why would they care about the 6 paths of reincarnation?" However, right after Gong Sun Shiyu finished saying those words, a commotion suddenly sounded from below. Gong Sun Shiyu was only supervising the last trap. The ones who were actually refining were the group of black-robed men with bronze masks. These people or demons were summoned by Lai Kai-shing. They had already lost hope. No matter how much they killed, it wouldn't hurt them. As the saying goes, a dead pig fears no boiling water. This was probably the case. "Let's go down and take a look," Gong Sun Shiyu said softly. He tiptoed lightly, like a startled swan. At the edge of the sinkhole, the clothes on the arm of a black-robed man were torn. Not only that, the bronze mask on his face was also shattered, revealing half of an old and terrifying face full of scars. And right in front of this black-robed man, there was a youth who looked to be about 13 or 14 years old, a demon. There was a wound about 10 centimeters long on this demon's shoulder. At this moment, the little boy was pressed on the ground with all 4 limbs, like a wild beast that was difficult to tame. Behind this little boy, there was another young man who looked slightly older. At this moment, the slightly older young man said indifferently, "Jouez fond. Didn't I tell you that you must press forward with Indomitable will once you throw out a punch? You could have ended this bastard's life with a single punch, but because of your hesitation, he managed to keep his dog life." The little boy's ferocious face suddenly turned bitter. "Big brother, even if you say so, I really don't understand what is the realm of Indomitable will. Figure it out yourself." The slightly older boy snorted softly, turned around, and stared intently at the blood-like aura rolling in the sinkhole. As for the edge of the sinkhole, there were black-robed men who were constantly casting symbols into the sinkhole as if they were indifferent to what was happening outside. Jouefeng sighed, shrugged his head, and once again put on a look that he thought was very fierce, facing the black-robed man in front of him. Well, although it was a bit difficult to fight, it was much easier to deal with compared to Sun Shaosheng. At least, he was not the one who was beaten up. The conversation between the 2 young men, Jouefeng and Demo Xiaofei, was heard by the black-robed man with a broken bronze mask. At this moment, he was fuming with anger. "How dare you? I'm so pissed off." Seeing that the black-robed man seemed to be desperate, his face suddenly flushed. Jouefeng's heart suddenly thumped. Since Brother Emo Xiaofei became abnormal, he really fought with whoever he met. For example, this time, after Brother Emo Xiaofei saw the living people here being pushed into the sinkhole, he was furious for some reason and directly kicked him out. Then he fought with the black-robed man for a few moves. The realm of Indomitable will. Jouefeng really didn't move. It seemed that Sun Shaosheng had said something similar when he was a coach. However, even if he didn't move, it didn't prevent Jouefeng from fighting at this time. Although he couldn't achieve the realm of Indomitable will, it was always right to go all out. In the face of the black-robed man's desperate attack, Jouefeng stacked the greedy wolf's supernatural power on his body without saying a word. Then he launched the fist skill that he learned from Brother Emo Xiaofei. This was already Jouefeng's strongest attack so far. The first style of Imperial Shocking Fist, Greedy Wolf's Supernatural Power, Godspeed. Greedy Wolf's Supernatural Power, Giant Strength. Greedy Wolf's Supernatural Power, King Kong. The mighty punch had not really launched, but it had already caused waves of wind, blowing sand and stones around. Jouefeng's momentum also soared crazily at this moment. This was not a move driven by the martial cultivation's true power, but a combination of a large amount of demonic power and the little bit of true power that Jouefeng had cultivated during this period of time. The vigorous demonic power added a demonic aura to this world-swallowing punch. Under full concentration, Jouefeng's essence, qi, and spirit were almost twisted into one. He still didn't know what the realm of Indomitable will was. He only had a strong desire at this moment. That was to launch this punch and knock down the opponent in front of him. Not far away, feeling the complex aura of Jouefeng's punch, Emo Xiaofei flashed a glimmer of light in his eyes. He nodded with satisfaction. Instinct. I may have released a monster. At this moment, the black-robed man had been completely controlled by the momentum of Jouefeng's punch. He was motionless. Finally, Jouefeng's momentum was about to reach the peak. All the power in his body was twisted into one, and he had reached the limit. But right at this moment, a similarly majestic aura suddenly shot out. This sudden surge of majestic aura seemed to be quite similar to Jouefeng's punch, but it was much purer. Jouefeng's momentum that was about to reach the peak suddenly deflated, like a balloon, because of this majestic momentum. In a hurry, Jouefeng could only barely launch this punch. Bang! Loud noise. The fist did not hit the black-robed man. What the fist hit was another fist, Gong Sun Shiu's fist. The shock wave from the collision of the two fists instantly blew the surrounding living people to the ground. People fell down in rows like dominoes. In the end, Zhuefeng spat out a mouthful of blood. He was actually forced to retreat by Gong's son Shiyu's fist. His body directly flew out and hit a huge rock. Seeing this, Mo Xiaofei suddenly sighed, "What a pity!" Gong's son Shiyu squinted his eyes and said coldly, "What's a pity?" Mo Xiaofei casually glanced at Gong's son Shiyu and said indifferently, "If you were a little slower, his fist momentum would be complete and perfect. Then the power of this punch would be fully exerted, and his punching skill would be further improved." Then Mo Xiaofei shook his head. "But it doesn't matter. People who learn martial arts need to be indomitable. He hasn't learned martial arts for a long time. Although his talent is amazing, his foundation is not stable. This failure is not a bad thing. If he can pick it up again in the future, his fist intent will be more complete and thorough. You can be considered to have made a contribution." Gong's son Shiyu stared at the young guy in front of him. This guy had a strange aura that didn't match his age at all. Even the true force inside Gong's son Shiyu's body was faintly becoming obscure at this moment. This made him quite surprised. At this moment, Gong's son Shiyu asked in a low voice, "Where did you learn this punching skill of the monster clan?" Mo Xiaofei ignored him. 2,000 years ago, he was the only one who dared to ask the world. No one in the world dared to ask him face to face. He waved his hand and pointed at the sinkhole, asking in a low voice, "You evildoers, how dare you refine such an evil thing here? What do you want?" "Young Master Gong's son, the soul-generating bead is about to be refined successfully. Don't let anyone destroy it. Please kill this man and this monster." The black-robed man with the broken mask screamed at this moment. "How dare you!" Unexpectedly, his words directly aroused the hidden viciousness of Mo Xiaofei. Mo Xiaofei opened his eyes and looked at the black-robed man, saying in a low voice, "You deserve to die!" 2 simple words. With a thud, the black-robed man's knees directly hit the ground. It was so hard that the soil was overturned. But what was more shocking was that the black-robed man's head was lowered. Gong's son Shui hurriedly came forward to check. Instantly, he was shocked. He looked at Gong's son Shiyu and said solemnly, "He's dead. Life and death are decided by a single word." Gong's son Shiyu squeezed out a voice from his throat, "Who are you?" Chapter 11:24. Probably everyone would be angry when they heard such an answer, especially the arrogant ones. Gong's son Shiyu chuckled in anger. His voice was calm and powerful. "Sir, aren't you afraid of spraining your back when you talk?" As if to prove his words, something exploded behind Mo Xiaofei at this moment. A loud explosion was heard, but no smoke or fire could be seen. It sounded like a sudden explosion in the air, and Mo Xiaofei's figure shook slightly because of it. Seeing this, Gong's son Shui opened his mouth in surprise. "Shiyu, when did you? It's not impossible to achieve the same thing with the mind." Gong's son Shiyu said blandly, "When you're strong enough, you can do it." It wasn't an explanation for Gong's son Shui, but for Mo Xiaofei. "You've cultivated the shocking the world scripture well." Mo Xiaofei was expressionless. Gong's son family is indeed the Yellow Emperor's descendant. You're much better than others. The Yellow Emperor is kind enough to leave you such a good descendant. Unfortunately, your descendants are not good enough. How arrogant. This time, even Gong's son Shui couldn't hold back his anger. For Xianyuan Palace, especially the Gong son family of the Qian clan, the Yellow Emperor was their faith. Nobody could stand someone talking about their ancestors. Meanwhile, Gong's son Shiyu sneered. His true force rolled out of his body like smoke signals, and the white flame condensed into the shadow of a majestic general. Unexpectedly, Mo Xiaofei shook his head and said, "I promise that if I meet any descendant of the Gong son family who made a mistake in the future, I'll show mercy. You too can leave now. Go back and think about what Yellow Emperor Xianyuan left for you, what he wants you to do and what you shouldn't do. Also, you've cultivated the shocking the world scripture in the wrong direction. That's all I have to say. Gong Sun Shiyu narrowed his eyes. He seemed to have thought of something, but he couldn't catch it. On a whim, his fighting spirit inexplicably soared. The difficult problem of the cultivation method that had troubled him for so many years had a faint feeling of loosening at this moment. For a martial artist, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Gong Sun Shiyu had a feeling that as long as he fought this person and won, he wouldn't even need to become the emperor. He would be able to reach a whole new level of cultivation from another direction. A bright light flashed through his eyes, and his aura soared crazily in an instant. The strength of the soaring aura shook the blood and chi of the black-clothed men who were continuously making hand seals in the pit. They had no choice but to stop and even spit out a mouthful of blood. Perhaps it was because Gong Sun Shiyu's aura was too strong at this moment, and Mo Xiaofei also emitted an aura that could compete with it, and it was slightly stronger than Gong Sun Shiyu's. Gong Sun Shiyu had shaken everyone, but he still couldn't shake Mo Xiaofei. You really do practice the Imperial Extreme, shocking World Sutra. Gong Sun Shiyu walked forward. Who are you? You are not from the Gong Sun family. Where did you learn this from? You call yourself the emperor? I'm afraid you also want to fight for the world and deduce the cultivation method to the highest level, right? Gong Sun Hua. Our family once had a traitor, and we don't know whether he is still alive or not. Did you learn this cultivation method from him? This was almost the only possibility that Gong Sun Shiyu could think of. Hearing Gong Sun Shiyu's analysis, Gong Sun Shishui gave a start, and then didn't dare to frown, because he also felt that this was the reason. However, this wasn't the case. Mo Xiaofei's cultivation method came from Shenyuan Palace, which was a top secret of Shenyuan Palace. Gong Sun Hua? Mo Xiaofei thought of the Gong Sun family member who tried to challenge him in the Penglai treasure house, and said disdainfully, just a talented trash who can't walk on the emperor's path, and can only choose the overbearing path. Gong Sun Shiyu didn't care so much. At this moment, his aura had reached the peak, and just like Zhu Weifeng not long ago, he had reached the point where he had to fight. He made a punch. In a fight between masters, only one move was needed. This was a strike that contained all of his techniques, cultivation base, comprehension, essence, energy, spirit, and everything, a strike that pressed forward with indomitable will. Instantly, Gong Sun Shiyu seemed to see the end of the cultivation method dilemma, as if he saw the hope to cross this dilemma. At this moment, under the influence of Gong Sun Shiyu's punch, those who had lost their souls, the tens of thousands of people who hadn't been pushed into the giant pit, woke up one after another. But the moment they woke up, their consciousness was taken away again, and they fell to the ground. Gong Sun Shishui's face turned slightly pale, and he needed to launch a new battle soul to barely resist Gong Sun Shiyu's aura. But Mo Xiaofei still didn't move. He was like an insurmountable mountain, towering and motionless. I said, I'll show mercy. Mo Xiaofei snorted coldly, but it's only one side. I've given you a chance, and now. I didn't break my promise. Break. He didn't seem to make any movements, only a single shout. But this shout was like a sharp sword that instantly cut through Gong Sun Shiyu's aura that had reached the peak, like piercing a balloon that had been forcefully inflated to the limit. The leaking of the aura instantly drained the blood, spirit in Gong Sun Shiyu's body. His fist had yet to truly strike out, but everything had already disappeared like flowing water. Just like how Wind Chaser was only a little bit away from comprehending the state of indomitable will, he was only a little bit away from being able to break through the predicament of the cultivation method and reach a whole new realm. Puff! Blood mist spurted out of Gong Sun Shiyu's mouth. At this moment, the meridians in his body couldn't withstand the violent backlash of his true force, and one acupoint after another exploded. Shiyu! Gong Sun Shishui screamed in shock. With blood in his mouth, Gong Sun Shiyu staggered and was about to fall. His hands drooped powerlessly, and he stared at Mo Xiaofei, unable to hide the horror in his eyes. Emperor realm. You. But at the same time, a violent aura suddenly appeared in Gongsun Shiyu's consciousness. At this moment, he seemed to hear a huge dragon roar. A dragon roar filled with anger, craziness, and hatred rang out. In that instant, Gongsun Shiyu's consciousness was almost taken away by another thought that was filled with killing intent. He suddenly stretched out his drooping arm, and the earth gave up the golden ripples. A golden sword shadow slowly stretched out from the earth at this moment. The golden sword shadow finally fell into Gongsun Shiyu's hand, and his declining aura instantly recovered to the peak or even higher, but it was just another kind of aura. And Mo Xiaofei frowned. Xianyuan, I see. No wonder you're so arrogant. Go to hell. All of a sudden, Gongsun Shiyu clenched the golden sword shadow in her hands. Like a sharp arrow, she shot out with great power and hacked down at Mo Xiaofei with this golden sword shadow, which was the simplest move, splitting Mount Hua. A crazy, murderous aura swept out. The moment Mo Xiaofei was about to be killed by the golden sword shadow, he suddenly raised his hand and made a gesture of holding the sword horizontally to block the attack. Ding! It was a sound like metal clashing. At this moment, the nearby mountains were all blasted apart by this loud sound, and they were all lowered by a lot. What a majestic momentum! What a terrifying impact! Zhuifeng had blood on the corner of his mouth. He pushed away the gravel that smashed on his body and slowly stood up. But immediately he looked at Mo Xiaofei in shock. That golden sword shadow was now standing in front of Mo Xiaofei. Gongsun Shiyu still maintained the posture of chopping down with all his strength. But something blocked the golden sword shadow. It was a flash of purple lightning that had blocked the golden sword shadow. It wasn't a purple lightning, but a sword that stirred up the purple lightning. It gradually became clear in Mo Xiaofei's hand. At this moment, Mo Xiaofei waved his hand, and the sword covered with purple lightning split the golden sword shadow in an instant. Gongsun Shiyu's face changed dramatically, and the sudden change made his murderous mind recover a little. But the inertia of being split apart made him move his legs crazily. His legs dragged on the ground for dozens of meters before he finally stopped. There's actually a weapon in the world that can block the sharpness of Xuanyuan's sword. Gongsun Shushui looked at this scene in disbelief. Although he knew that Gongsun Shiyu could only summon a sword light of Xuanyuan's sword. But this was also the best weapon in Kelowna, the sharpest Xuanyuan's sword. What kind of sword is this? Gongsun Shiyu's face had never been so solemn before. In Mo Xiaofei's sword covered with purple lightning, he even felt a power similar to Xuanyuan's. This almost overturned his understanding. This is Xianyuan's sword of emperor. Mo Xiaofei looked at Gongsun Shiyu and said indifferently, Xianyuan, sword of emperor? Gongsun Shiyu was stunned. How dare you use the name of Xianyuan? Impossible. Mo Xiaofei said coldly, don't you know? It seems that your Gongsun family has also declined. Since ancient times, Xianyuan has been divided into 3 swords: God-slaying, heaven-punishing, and sword of emperor. 3 swords combined into one is the real Xianyuan, sword of Jiuzhou. This sword of yours is just a sword light of God-slaying, a firefly's light. How dare it compete with the bright moon? I don't believe it. Gongsun Shiyu's anger rose again. He raised the golden sword light in his hand again, and the sky was full of golden sword shadows. Mo Xiaofei snorted coldly. The God-slaying has the world in his heart. He wants to kill the heartless God and leave a chance for the people to live. You only have selfish desires in your heart. You don't deserve it. As the owner of Xianyuan, you've really shamed me. Die. He raised the sword high and chopped it down resolutely. When the heavens were angry, the heavens were also angry. A purple thunderbolt broke through the layers of thick fog and heavily struck Gongsun Shiyu's body with supreme majesty. The golden sword light shattered instantly. Heaven and earth turned dark. The tremendous power even directly exploded the crater, killing several black-robed men in an instant, not leaving behind a single trace of ash. After a long time, when everything calmed down, the sinkhole that swallowed tens of thousands of people had disappeared, and the surroundings were flat. However, the people who fainted on the ground were not hurt at all. Only Gong Sun Shiu, whose clothes were destroyed, his meridians exploded, and his body was covered in blood. He fell to the ground, his breathing weak, and his eyes lifeless. Gong Sun Shui was also not hurt by this terrifying blow. He looked at Emo Xiaofei, who was holding the sword of Emperor in horror, and trembled with fear. He was afraid that the other party had such precise control of power, and trembled with the power of the sword of Emperor. He had to bite the bullet, and came to Gong Sun Shiu's side. Looking at Gong Sun Shiu's hopeless appearance, he fell silent for a moment. "Take him away." Emo Xiaofei put down the sword of Emperor and said indifferently, "I've destroyed his martial arts and cut off all his vitality. He won't live for long. For the sake of Xianyuan Palace's merit of guarding the world, I'll let him have a complete corpse." Gong Sun Shui was drenched in cold sweat, and his face was pale. Facing this mysterious young man, he couldn't even resist. Emo Xiaofei was too strong. When you go back, think about what the ancestral teachings of Xianyuan Palace are. Emo Xiaofei snorted coldly. "If I find that your Gong Sun family dares to harm people again, I'll take the sword of Emperor and kill my way to Xianyuan Palace to wipe out your family." Gong Sun Shui didn't speak, but silently picked up Gong Sun Shiu. After taking a deep look at Emo Xiaofei, he rushed out of this place without a word. Gong Sun Shiu's breath was getting weaker and weaker and was almost gone. "Big brother?" Zhuifeng dragged his tired body, slowly coming to Emo Xiaofei. His wounds healed quickly, after being sent flying by Gong Sun Shiu's punch. Although he failed to comprehend the state of indomitable will, he accidentally activated a new ability in Greedy Wolf's inheritance: self-healing. Super self-healing ability. Emo Xiaofei waved his hand, and the sword of Emperor disappeared from his hand. He turned his head and looked at Zhuifeng. He revealed a rare smile. People who learn martial arts must remember to be fickle and impatient. One failure doesn't mean anything. Comprehend what I've taught you in your own way. Big brother? Wind-chasing wolf was stunned. He felt that this big brother Emo Xiaofei was a bit off. "I'm a bit tired, I'll take a rest." Emo Xiaofei still looked calm, but there was a supreme majesty in the calmness. "I'll return your big brother to you." With that, Emo Xiaofei fell down. Zhuifeng hurriedly reached out to support him, only to find that Emo Xiaofei had fainted, but his breathing was smooth, as if he was just sleeping. But in a flash, Emo Xiaofei opened his eyes again. He called weakly. "Zhuifeng," this tone was already the familiar tone of Emo Xiaofei that Wind-chasing Wolf was familiar with. Wind-chasing Wolf said in surprise, "Big brother, you're normal." Probably, Emo Xiaofei gave a bitter smile. Chapter 11:25. It didn't take long for Emo Xiaofei to wake up again. Zhuifeng was naturally very happy. He was almost worried to death during this period of time. Now that Emo Xiaofei had recovered, he was naturally thankful. "Big brother, what happened to you? Do you remember why I came to Mount Tai?" Emo Xiaofei looked at Zhuifeng. Although he was trapped in his body during this period of time, it was not that he couldn't perceive what happened in the outside world. For Emo Xiaofei, this experience was very unreal. He was like a bystander, constantly looking at his body and what that person had experienced. Emo Xiaofei was sincerely grateful to Zhuifeng because, during this period of time, Zhuifeng still didn't leave him and even replaced him to communicate with his distant parents. "Well, you said you want to find the successor of the cloth sect and find the mystery of your previous life," Zhuifeng said quickly. He is my previous life," Emo Xiaofei said faintly. Zhuifeng was stunned and widened his eyes. "Previous life? Isn't he the ferocious ghost who occupied your body?" As a demon, he still knew some common sense. The previous life was more often equivalent to another life, a memory, but Mo Xiaofei was obviously another person. It's true. Mo Xiaofei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Although I don't understand, but he is indeed my previous life. And his background is so big that I don't even dare to think about it. With that said, Mo Xiaofei slowly stood up and waved his hand. Not far away, a boulder weighing more than 1,000 kilograms flew out of the soil in an instant. Then it gently floated above Mo Xiaofei like a bird, nimbly circling around. Even Mo Xiaofei whispered, "That boss, when he gave me this infinite possibility, did he already know? Boss." Mo Xiaofei had encountered it. Zhu Feng had also encountered it. This was the common connection between the two. It was also a topic that he and Zhu Feng discussed privately but would not casually discuss. Big brother. Zhu Feng took a deep breath, patted Mo Xiaofei's shoulder, and said seriously, "Whether it's the previous life or the present life, you're my big brother, and you'll be my big brother forever." We agreed on a lifetime. A year, a month, or even an hour is not considered a lifetime. Mo Xiaofei was moved, but he seemed to have heard the sentence somewhere before. Something doesn't seem right. What's with the sudden goosebumps? Mo Xiaofei shook his head hard. The mystery of the previous life was too important for Mo Xiaofei to deal with. Not to mention that he couldn't see the successor of the linen sect. He seemed to be in some kind of danger again. How to deal with the tens of thousands of people who had fallen was a headache. Let's save them first. Mo Xiaofei took a deep breath. We can't ignore them, but there are so many people. Looking at Mo Xiaofei pinching his sleeves, wind-chasing Wolf smiled. No matter how difficult it was or whether he could save it or not, he would never hesitate to save it once he made up his mind. This was the big brother Mo Xiaofei he was familiar with. "Big brother, let me help you." Zhu Feng caught up from behind. "Wake up the policemen and those in military uniform first." Mo Xiaofei said quickly, "Don't tell them what happened, lest it causes panic. Just say that you don't know anything." "Oh, call the policemen and the soldiers." "Okay." Gong Sun Shishui had to stop. Gong Sun Shiyu, who was on his back, was dying. Just as the mysterious and powerful youngster said, Gong Sun Shiyu's vitality had been cut off. His meridians were all broken, his bones were almost broken, and his qi was full of holes. With such injuries, even if he could be saved, Gong Sun Shiyu would most likely become a complete cripple. "I hate!" Gong Sun Shishui put down Gong Sun Shiyu slowly, looking at his lifeless eyes, saying nothing. Gong Sun Shiyu was still trying to say something. However, at this moment, it seemed that even moving his lips was difficult for him to ascend to the heavens. "Don't worry, I'll take you back to Xianyuan Palace." Gong Sun Shishui looked very calm. He had always been calm. He had been following Gong Sun Shiyu since he was a child, silently cooperating with Gong Sun Shiyu. Gong Sun Shiyu's eyes were wide open as he stared at Gong Sun Shishui. The despair in his eyes was moving. Gong Sun Shishui took a deep breath and suddenly pressed his palm on Gong Sun Shiyu's chest. He said in a low voice, "Is this the end?" But at this moment, Gong Sun Shishui suddenly frowned, because an extremely violent, evil and violent aura suddenly gushed out from Gong Sun Shiyu's body. It was as red as blood, but it also looked like it was mixed with ink. A red and black sticky mist slowly spread out from Gong Sun Shiyu's body. It completely covered Gong Sun Shiyu. Gong Sun Shishui was shocked. At this moment, Gong Sun Shiyu slowly stood up. His entire body was wrapped in a thick red and black fog. His mouth suddenly cracked open all the way to his ears. His eyes also cracked open at the same time. On his forehead, there was a giant inverted vertical eye that didn't look like a human's. "You!" Gong Sun Shishui instantly assumed a vigilant posture. This Gong Sun Shiyu in front of him tilted his head, looking at Gong Sun Shishui with a strange posture. "Shishui, what are you doing?" This was not only Gong Sun Shiyu's voice, There seemed to be another sharp voice mixed in with his voice. You are not Shiyu, what are you? Me. Gongsun Shiyu opened his bloody mouth, grinning viciously. I am Gongsun Shiyu. Gongsun Shiyu is me? Shishui, don't you recognize me? Gongsun Shishui did not hesitate, quickly sending a palm strike towards Gongsun Shiyu. However, he did not expect that Gongsun Shiyu had another terrifying power erupting from his body. With a wave of his hand, he sent Gongsun Shishui flying backwards, heavily injured and spitting out blood. Gongsun Shiyu's meridians were all broken, and his life force was gone. He could not have this kind of power. Gongsun Shishui frowned, thinking for a moment. Without hesitation, he turned around and dashed away. But at this moment, Gongsun Shiyu reached out and grabbed Gongsun Shishui. You seem to have something good on you, Shishui. Shouldn't you give it to me? I am your master. Gongsun Shiyu slapped Gongsun Shishui's chest. He was knocked to the ground again, and this time, Gongsun Shiyu had a blood-red bead in his palm. Gongsun Shiyu held the bead between his fingers, looking at it and laughing strangely. Soul-generating bead. You took it away during the chaos, right? What do you want to do with it? What are you? Gongsun Shishui shouted angrily, but Gongsun Shiyu directly swallowed the bead. In an instant, the thick aura around Gongsun Shiyu became even thicker, and a huge amount of life force erupted from his body. The surging life force, along with the thick aura, rushed into Gongsun Shiyu's body. Not long after, Gongsun Shiyu appeared in front of Gongsun Shishui, his face full of evil. Soul-generating bead is a good thing. The evil Gongsun Shiyu chuckled. Then 1,000,000 soul-generating beads. I want them too. At this moment, Gongsun Shishui suddenly waved his palm, chopping towards Gongsun Shiyu's leg. Humph! But Gongsun Shiyu snorted coldly, his hand forming a sword finger, and swept it. A dark red sword light flashed, and Gongsun Shishui's left arm was cut off. Gongsun Shishui screamed miserably, the veins on his face bulging, and he clutched the place where his arm was cut off. If you don't want to die, then be my lackey. Gongsun Shiyu sneered. The people of Shenyuan Palace's Gongsun clan are stronger than ants. He strode into the thick fog and didn't look back. Trash, follow me. At this moment, Gongsun Shishui was drenched in cold sweat, and his heart was in turmoil. But as if there was an irresistible will, he stood up, trembling, and followed the other party's footsteps while enduring the pain. In front of him, the evil Gongsun Shiyu seemed to be muttering to himself. It's time to settle the debt of the past. Shinryu, I crawled back from the underworld. After a while, the long Shura needed to stop. It consumed a lot of energy to continuously bleed and create a body. In the thick fog, the young Long Shirwa sat cross-legged on the edge of a stream. But at this moment, her heart palpitated inexplicably. With a surprised expression, she opened her eyes instantly and looked up at a certain direction. From that place, there was an enormous, majestic, and domineering aura that could look down on the world soaring into the sky. Emperor's sword. She stood up abruptly with an inconceivable expression. Emperor's sword. How could it appear at this moment? It shouldn't be. Oh no, the Emperor's sword is out, Zijuan. Long Shirwa shook her head, holding the bead in her hands. The body created instantly wrapped around her, and then she turned into a golden light and flew away. After the battle in the giant pit, Long Shirwa, who was infuriated by the madness of the Kelowna realm of Taoists and monsters, left. Su Zijuan took Jessica back to the villa that was one of the products of Shenyuan Palace. The old dirty turtle Chichikamaya and Ghost Baby had already arrived. Chichikamaya was busy decocting medicine to replenish blood for Long Shirwa. At the same time, he was also busy treating the little butterfly monster Luo Dance, who was released from the Wangui Pagoda, and the last patient, Xiao Xingma, the governor of Ghost City. After checking that Luo Dance's condition had stabilized, Su Zijuan directly bit her wrist and let Luo Dance drink a few drops of blood. The little butterfly monster's breath gradually became better, but it would take some time for her to wake up. Xiao Xingma didn't have such a good treatment. He could only rely on absorbing the ghost energy in the Wangui pagoda to heal himself. Although it was still foggy outside, there was a rare sense of safety in the villa. At least Jessica thought so. Under the continuous fatigue, she also had a rare rest. But at this time the sound of something breaking suddenly came from the room where Su Zijuan was resting. Jessica was stunned. She quickly ran to the next room and broke into the door. Then she was shocked. "Master!" Su Zijuan hugged her body, trembling and kneeling on the ground. Her fangs seemed to be out of control. Her eyes turned blood red. Her face was pale and twisted with pain. She seemed to be suffering from extreme pain. "Master!" Jessica walked to Su Zijuan with concern. Unexpectedly, Su Zijuan went crazy at this time. She hit Jessica's chest with her palm. This foreign beauty's towering breasts were slapped down. Jessica spat out a mouthful of blood. Then she broke through the door and flew back to the back room. If she hadn't reached the inhuman stage, she would have been killed by this palm. But now she was seriously injured and couldn't get up. "Princess!" "Elder sister!" Chichikamaya and Ghost Baby came after hearing the sound. Seeing Su Zijuan's crazy appearance, they were both shocked. However, before they could react, Su Zijuan went berserk once again. Her majestic, demonic energy instantly blew up the entire mansion. "Leave me alone! Take her away!" In madness, Su Zijuan shouted with all her strength. Chichikamaya and Ghost Baby were shocked. But at this time, a golden light came from the thick fog in the sky. A huge dragon shadow hovered above the villa. "It's Lord Long." In the sky, Long Shirwa didn't care about Chichikamaya and Ghost Baby. She turned into a golden light and shot down. In the golden light, the body created by the explosion of power pressed on Su Zijuan's forehead. It seemed to ease the madness of Su Zijuan. Old woman. You, stupid girl. I told you not to let you become a drought demon, but you didn't listen. Now you're in trouble." Long Shirwa's voice was anxious and scared. "Do you think it's so easy to suppress the god-slaying sword? Don't talk. Use all your strength to suppress the agitation of the god-slaying sword in your body. I can't hold on for long." Su Zijuan gritted her teeth. But after listening to Long Shirwa's words, she closed her eyes. At this time, Kelowna and Shinryu used all their strength. Su Zijuan's violent, demonic power also calmed down little by little. Her demonic appearance also gradually returned to normal. The creation chi could only last for 5 minutes at most, and the strength of Long Shirwa's outburst would reduce this time. At this time, the creation body had almost exhausted the upper limit of the power that it could reach. However, the creation body couldn't continue for more than a minute and could only withdraw. But now Su Zijuan could rely on her own strength to calm the chaos in her body. Long Shirwa was relieved and returned to the appearance of a child. She subconsciously glanced at Chichikamaya's secret treasure. She didn't know when a crack appeared on the pearl. At this moment, Chichikamaya, who hurried forward, seemed to have noticed the situation of the pearl. After all, this turtle pearl appeared with his birth. Long Shirwa looked at Chichikamaya and shook her head imperceptibly. Chichikamaya could only sigh. Then he came to Su Zijuan and asked with concern, "How is the princess?" When the emperor's sword appeared, the killing god in her body resonated and went out of control. Long Shirwa shook her head, but the emperor's sword only appeared for a moment and then stopped breathing. She should be fine in a short time. Emperor's sword. Chichikamaya was shocked. Wasn't this emperor's sword lost with the Great Qin Empire? Why did it suddenly appear after 2,000 years? "How do I know?" Long Shirwa said impatiently. "I'm just Long Shirwa, not the almighty dragon. Don't ask me everything." Chichikamaya sighed. After a moment of silence, he turned back and looked at Ghost Baby. "Ghost Baby, take Miss Jessica for treatment. Leave this place to me and Lord Long. Also, tell Castellan Shao that everything is fine for now." In other words, he didn't want anyone to disturb them. Although Ghost Baby was reluctant, he still helped Jessica up and walked into the part of the villa that was still intact. Long Shirua had returned to the appearance of a child, but she was still watching Su Zijuan closely. She held the turtle pearl tightly in her hand. "You shouldn't have let her be born," Long Shirua said faintly. Chichikamaya kept silent. He turned his head and said in a low voice, "Princess, you've become the Shinryu and got rid of Xuanyuan's destiny. But now you've fallen into another destiny. But for Xinyuan Palace, the inheritance of the human sovereign can't be cut off." Chapter 11:26. This place was empty, and it was quiet all around. With the thick fog, they could even see the chaos caused by people leaving in a hurry. Probably for the timid, going deep into this place would be very challenging for the nerves. Of course, this was only for ordinary people. Obviously, the people walking here at this moment were not ordinary people. Gong Sanwua and Gong Fanqing. Fortunately, there are not many changes around here. Gong Sanfua looked around and sighed. "I didn't expect that 500 years have passed. I remember that there used to be a big tree here." Gong Fanqing rolled her eyes at this guy. "Now is not the time for you to be sad. The aura of the Supreme One is faintly discernible. Why did it weaken so much in the past hundreds of years? Here we are." Gong Sanwua frowned, but suddenly stopped and looked up. In the thick fog, there was an ancient mansion. The 2 words Song Mansion were written on the door plate of the mansion. It was the ancestral mansion of the Song family. The 2 broke the door and walked all the way to an ancient well in the abandoned backyard of the Song family's ancestral mansion. Before going into the ancient well, Gong Sanwua frowned. Someone should have lived here for a while not long ago. The house should have been renovated. Gong Fanqing said quickly, "Maybe the descendant of the Supreme One came back." But looking at the thick fog, he should have taken refuge. Gong Sanwua nodded, and then jumped into the ancient well first, followed by Gong Fanqing. The 2 soon landed at the bottom of the ancient well. The 2 lit up the mechanism in the ancient well, illuminating the surroundings, and walked through the ancient well with great familiarity. As they walked through the huge building at the bottom of the ancient well, the 2 had a dignified look on their faces, because they had found traces of activity in the building at the bottom of the ancient well. It was reasonable to say that someone had been in the ancestral mansion of the Song family, and it was the descendant of the Song family. But it was very strange that there were traces of activity at the bottom of the ancient well. Of course, 500 years had passed. Although anything could happen, it was still possible. However, the traces of activity at the bottom of the ancient well were clearly recent. In fact, the 2 of them determined that it happened at the same time as the Song family's ancestral mansion. Did the descendants of the Song family discover the secret in the ancient well? But it didn't seem to be so. This was because there were no traces of human intrusion in the deepest part of the ancient well. What's going on? Why is the spiritual energy in the earth vein so weak? Gong Fanqing finally noticed something amiss. At this time, the 2 of them had already entered the deepest part of the tomb, which was also the most important place, the tomb chamber where a stone coffin was located. "I'm afraid it has been broken for many years." Gong Sanwua frowned. "No wonder your honor's aura is so weak." With that, Gong Sanwua took a deep breath and walked to the front of the sarcophagus with a solemn expression. He lifted the lid of the sarcophagus with both hands. Inside the sarcophagus was a middle-aged man in a yellow robe. His face was haggard, and a strong death chi surged out as the lid of the sarcophagus was lifted. Gong Fanqing and Gong Sanwua were both God's favored sons who had once stirred up a storm in the world. Their cultivation was also outstanding, so the invasion of the death chi didn't cause much trouble for them. "Your honor's divine soul is too weak. It's almost dried up." Gong Fanqing was shocked at this time. "Wua, you and I, one for each of us. Replenish some of your honor's soul power first." Otherwise, your honor's remaining spiritual consciousness may not be preserved. Gong Sanhua also realized the seriousness of the matter. So without saying anything, he lifted the arm of the man in the yellow robe in the sarcophagus, palm to palm, and began to transfer his soul power. Humans had 3 spiritual souls and 7 physical souls. If a person lost any of the spiritual souls or physical souls, he or she would have the symptoms of losing one soul. If it was a light case, he or she would become a muddle-headed person. And if it was a serious case, he or she would fall into a coma. If it wasn't for his or her cultivation, no one dared to use his or her soul power. Gong Fanqing did the same at this time. She used her palm to block the other palm of the man in the yellow robe. Not long after, wisps of white smoke slowly emerged from the foreheads of the 2 people. Both of them were sweating profusely, but their faces were red. This transfer took half a day. Until they were exhausted, they had no choice but to let go of the man in the yellow robe's hand. Both of them didn't look good at this time, which showed that they had just recovered from a serious illness. On the other hand, the man in the yellow robe in the sarcophagus looked ruddy, as if he was a few years younger. At this time, he slowly opened his eyes. Seeing that the man in the yellow robe woke up, Gong Fanqing and Gong Sanhua walked to the bottom of the sarcophagus and knelt down. "Welcome back, Your Honor!" Their voices were not loud, but the man in the yellow robe heard it very clearly. But he just woke up, and his eyes were very unfocused. After waking up, he looked down at the thing in his hand. It was a piece of jade ruby. After a long time, he slowly opened his mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "How long have I slept?" Gong Sanhua and Gong Fanqing looked at each other. Gong Sanhua quickly said, "Your Honor, since Fanqing and I entered Penglai, 500 years have passed in the outside world. But today it seems that there is no longer a dynasty, but a new collective power called the government. 500 years?" The man in the yellow robe frowned. This time seemed to be out of his expectation. He seemed to be trying hard to recall something. "It seems that someone came and said something to me, something like that. Your Honor, before Wua and I entered your chamber, we saw traces of people moving in the mansion above. It is very likely that your descendants have come back." The man in the yellow robe nodded and turned his head to look at a memorial tablet in front of the tomb with Song Changing written on it. "Yes, my dynasty has been protected by one of the 12 ancestral dragon veins of Kelowna. It has been a royal family for thousands of years, and its bloodline has never stopped. Your Honor, when Fanqing and I left, the big array here was still working normally. It is reasonable to say that under the effect of the big array, the aura of Mount Tai should be continuously used to nourish Your Honor's divine soul. Why? Why is Your Honor's divine soul weakened to such an extent? If Fanqing and I didn't come in time, Your Honor's divine soul would have been. I don't know." The man in the yellow robe shook his head. Suddenly, the aura of Mount Tai was cut off. "I could only rely on sleeping to reduce the consumption of my soul power. The other party just cut off my soul power, which meant that I was left to fend for myself. Why did you 2 come back after 500 years? Your Honor, you don't know." Gong Sanhua said quickly, "That year, when Your Honor gave us the key, Fanqing and I were able to enter Penglai. We didn't expect that this operation would be known by a sword practitioner. His name is Tai Bai, and people call him Green Lotus Sword Immortal. He is a peerless genius in the Tao querying state, but he has the attack power of the Tao fruit state. Tai Bai and I entered Penglai together, but we didn't expect that there had been a big change in Penglai. Fanqing and I were trapped in Penglai for several years, and we were able to get out earlier. However, we were already in heaven and earth. The flow of time in Penglai is different from the outside world." The man in the yellow robe listened silently, as if he was trying to distinguish the truth in Gong Sanhua's words. After a long time, he slowly said, "Now, what about Tai Bai?" Tai Bai disappeared after making a big scene in Penglai. No one knows whether he is alive or dead. Gong Fanqing then briefly told him what happened after they met Jiangzhua. That year, I had no choice but to struggle with my last breath here. After that, I gave you too the key of Penglai, which has been passed down since ancient times in order to let you go to Penglai and get the method of rebirth from the immortal of Penglai. The man in the yellow robe sighed slowly. It seems that the matter of reversing yin and yang and coming back from the dead is really very difficult. Is this fate? After saying this, the man in the yellow robe coughed softly, and his expression was quite painful. He was only supporting his body with his spirit, but this body had been cut off long ago. It was just a bag of skin. It had been withering all the time. Your Honor, Gong Sanwua and Fanqing hurried forward. The man in the yellow robe waved his hand and said in a low voice, "It's too late to find another place to nourish my spirit. The only thing we can do now is to ask my descendants to fulfill their filial piety. I need fresh flesh and blood of the Zhao family's bloodline." But outside, under the influence of the Four Seasons glazed book, the sky is covered with thick fog. The area within hundreds of miles is like a dead land. Kelowna and the Taoist and Monster Realm seem to be planning something important. There is even the shadow of Xianyuan Palace in it. Gong Fanqing had to remind him. And this time there is a strange change in the Penglai treasure house. There is a sea of people. We really don't know whether your descendants are alive or dead. It's okay. The man in the yellow robe shook his head. Since they are my descendants, I can feel it. Let's go east. I can feel that they are not far away. Gong Sanwua and Gong Fanqing nodded. Then let's not waste any time. Let's act now. They couldn't let the man in the yellow robe die, because once he died, they would lose their own souls. Their spirits were bound. Once the spirit of the man in the yellow robe was destroyed, their own spirits would be destroyed as well. Saving him was equivalent to saving themselves. Walking in the thick fog, Song Haren suddenly stopped and looked in a certain direction, thoughtfully. This action of stopping caused the bodyguards of the Song family behind him to nervously grip the weapons in their hands, fully focused on sensing everything around them. Their bodies were all implanted with a peculiar power called true power. This kind of true power would automatically activate a special ability called heaven vision and earth hearing, which greatly enhanced their perception and allowed them to see things in the fog within a certain range. It felt as if they were wearing night vision goggles. Of course, if the electronic devices in the fog didn't malfunction, they probably wouldn't need this so-called heaven vision and earth hearing technique. This was the true power that Princess Chuyang injected into them. Song Haren couldn't do this yet. This was the technique that Princess Chuyang said the Great Qin Empire's cavalry used to kill the strange beasts outside the Great Wall. This technique couldn't be maintained forever. When the true power in everyone's body was used up, it would automatically disappear. The next time they wanted to use it, they had to inject more true power. Well, it was almost like using Princess Chuyang as a power bank. This was what Song Haren thought at that time. After obtaining the technique to walk in the fog, he quickly left some people to protect his father and Songing, while he led the rest into the fog to look for the other warriors of the Song family who were lost. What's going on? Seeing that Song Haren was acting a little strange, Princess Chuyang frowned. She was still 3 meters away from Song Haren. Now, Song Haren's control over the distance was far better than before. This distance of 3 meters had never been increased or decreased by an inch. This made Princess New Dawn rather dissatisfied, but she didn't show it. Nothing. I just suddenly had a strange feeling. Song Haren shook his head and said, I can't describe it, but I feel that it's not something good. When one cultivates martial arts or Tao to a certain extent, one will occasionally have a sudden impulse. Princess Chuyang said indifferently, perhaps it's related to oneself, or perhaps it's related to one's family. Song Haren frowned and said, Princess, you mean my father and Song Ing will be in danger? Princess Chuyang said expressionlessly, perhaps you will be in danger. This fog is strange to begin with. Song Haran shrugged. However, he still gave the order to have the two of them return to the hotel where his father and Song Ying were staying for the time being. He would wait in the same place. They hadn't been out for a long time, only about an hour. It wouldn't take long for them to go and come back. At this moment, Song Haran looked at Princess Chuyang, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, seemingly concentrating. He suddenly smiled and said, "Princess, you said that only when one's martial arts reach a certain level will they have a sudden impulse. Does that mean that my martial arts have also reached a certain level?" Princess Chuyang looked indifferently at Song Haran. In the past, even the cavalry captain with the lowest level of martial arts in the Great Qin Empire had a higher level of martial arts than you. They had been cultivating for tens of years without stopping. How could they be compared to you, who only cultivated for 1 or 2 days? You are simply too stupid. But who was young Master Song? That shameless skill was simply hundreds or thousands of times more powerful than the cultivation of the Babel floating diagram in her body. Young Master Song squinted his eyes and smiled. "Your Highness, has anyone ever told you that your cold appearance is very sexy?" "Lecture." Princess Chuyang snorted coldly. This man was not only a scoundrel, he was even shameless. How could there be such a person in the world? And he even had the appearance of an emperor. The heavens were simply blind. "I am speaking the truth." Song Haran smiled faintly and said, "This cold sexiness, even I am a bit moved. I am so moved that I want to introduce you to Luoqiao. It seems like I can really consider it. I keep feeling that with his personality, he can also get along well with you." "Luoqiao." Princess Chuyang frowned. When she had just woken up, she didn't seem to care about the things around her, but she remembered them all in her heart. She had vaguely heard this name a few times in the Song family. It seemed that this was a person that the entire Song family cared about very much. "He is a person who will very quietly listen to my stories." Song Haran's face was full of smiles at this time. "He is really very likable. It is a pity that I am a man." Princess Chuyang, Her Highness, looked up and down at Song Haran with a strange gaze. Then she frowned and said, rather seriously, "The seclusion of Longyang has existed since ancient times." "I didn't think that you would actually." Song Haran laughed loudly and said, "If a man is gentler than a woman, naturally there would be nothing for you women to do, right?" Her Highness suddenly felt a chill. Chapter 11:27. They didn't have to wait for too long. The two Song family members quickly returned and brought back news that Dad and Song Ying were safe. They also said that the people at the hotel had found a cellar in the hotel. For safety's sake, they had hidden in the cellar. Dad had traveled extensively and had rich experience. It was just that he had gradually handed over the mercenary group business to Song Haran in recent years and retired to the second line. His ability to command on the spot was still very sufficient. Song Haran's appearance still didn't show anything, but he secretly relaxed a lot. A relatively good news was also brought back by a Song family soldier who went out to investigate. While waiting, Song Haran also sent out a few soldiers to search nearby. They found the secret signal left by the Song family soldiers who were lost. The Song family's mercenary group in the underground world wandered around the world where the flames of war were raging. They also occasionally encountered battlefields such as tropical jungles and barren deserts. For this reason, the Song family naturally had a unique set of secret signals used to distinguish between friend and foe. The scariest thing for a search was naturally to have no results. At this time, with the news of their teammates, the soldiers who came out were all shocked. They almost didn't have parents. Song Tianyu was their second parent. They didn't have brothers or sisters. They trained together in the village and came out of the school together with everyone's brothers and sisters. Going to the place where the secret signal was very smooth. Once again, according to the instructions of the secret signal, with the help of the heaven vision and earth listening technique, they successfully found the place where the Song family soldiers were hiding without much effort. It was a medical station in a small town. Next to the medical station was a small supermarket. There was a basic supply of medicine and a source of food. Although the thick fog was bad, it didn't affect the mood of the Song family soldiers hiding here. After all, in order to ambush the target, it was common to lurk in the swamp for a few days and nights. When Song Hauran suddenly pried open a door of the medical station, the soldiers hiding here were using an alcohol lamp and cotton candy as snacks to pass the time. The sudden sound of the door being broken made everyone nervous for a while. They picked up their weapons at the fastest speed. There were even some who had superb reflexes and instantly fired a shot at the door. But when he saw who was at the door, he suddenly felt a burst of panic. What was even more surprising was that Song Hauran only tilted his head slightly in the face of the sudden bullet. It was a sudden swing of his head. The bullet flew past his ear and hit the ceiling behind him. Young Master Song whistled, then closed the door again. He turned his head and said loudly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." As he spoke, Song Hauran knocked on the door twice, then opened the door and smiled, "Hello, everybody." The soldier who fired first opened his mouth at this time, then sighed heavily, rolled his eyes, and said, "Military advisor, can you not avoid all the warnings and show off your skills?" "It's better this way. The security perimeter is pretty good. It's not rusty at all. But you almost shot me to the end of my life." Song Hauran laughed. "Okay, don't stay here. Come out. We need to find other people. I found a way to move in the thick fog." Hearing this, everyone packed up their equipment. In less than 10 seconds, they were ready to go. But at this time, Song Hauran heard another gunshot coming from outside. Princess Chuyang had been following Song Hauran. When Song Hauran walked into the medical station, she frowned at the same time and looked at Song Hauran. "Be careful, there seems to be a master outside." "How strong?" Song Hauran asked subconsciously. Princess Chuyang said solemnly, "It's hard to say." Song Hauran was startled, then frowned. At this time, several soldiers had walked out of the room and looked at Song Hauran. Young Master Song closed his eyes at this time, then opened them again a few seconds later and quickly chose a few people. "One of you go to the right corridor. One of you go to the left corridor. Bring a sniper. You stay here, set up and wait for my orders. The rest follow me." The place was the lobby of the medical station. When Song Hauran and the others arrived, the scene in front of them made Song Hauran and the others gasp. This time, a total of 7 Song family soldiers came out. At this time, they fell one after another. Some of their bodies crashed into the wall, smashing the wall into pieces, and some were smashed into the ceiling above their heads. Their necks were still open on the ceiling, their bodies hanging like this, blood dripping down. At this time, the last Song family soldier who was still struggling had his forehead pinched by a big hand. "You monster!" He crazily pulled the trigger of the submachine gun in his hand. Bullets kept spitting out. Dozens of bullets all hit the owner of that big hand, a tall and sturdy man in ancient costume. But at the same time, this Song family soldier's head was directly crushed by this tall and sturdy man. The tall and sturdy man casually threw the Song family soldier on the ground, then took a deep breath. Those bullets that shot into his body were actually squeezed out by his muscles at this moment. Perhaps the bullets originally did not shoot into his body, but were just squeezed by his muscles. This is a modern weapon. The power is not bad. This tall and sturdy man seemed to be quite interested at this time. He picked up the submachine gun from the dead Song family soldier's hand and carefully looked at it. "I remember there was also a flintlock gun in the past. The principle seems to be similar." The submachine gun in this tall and sturdy man's hand was suddenly broken. He slowly turned his head. At this moment, Song Hauran slowly walked out of the corridor. Song Hauran saw this tall and sturdy man. He also saw a beautiful woman behind the tall and sturdy man and a middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe. The middle-aged man's face was quite pale, but his body had a kind of high and mighty temperament. Song family's eldest son glanced at those fallen Song family soldiers who had lost their breath. His face was calm. Instead, he chuckled. What day is it today? Is it a good day to shoot an ancient costume drama? That tall and sturdy man and the beautiful woman behind him were quite surprised to see Song Haran appear. At this time, the yellow-robed man's sickly expression was quite refreshed. A trace of light flashed in his eyes. The yellow-robed man softly said, "The sun's horns and dragon's face. The appearance of the sun, the disposition of the dragon wind. What an emperor's face! What an emperor's face! I didn't expect that after 1,000 years there would be a descendant of the emperor's face." A kind of strange impact at this time made Song Haran suddenly have a kind of dizziness. He slightly shook his head to shake off the dizziness in his mind, frowning. "Who are you people?" That yellow-robed man indifferently said, "Are you the descendant of Song family?" Song Haran didn't say anything. The yellow-robed man said again, "Since you are the descendant of Song family, then do you know the real origin of Song family?" "I am your ancestor." "Ancestor?" "Yes, all the descendants of the Song family are my descendants." The yellow-robed man's voice seemed to have a kind of strange magic. At this moment Song Haran's eyelids slightly drooped. He saw the yellow-robed man's kind face, slowly opening his hands. "Since you are my descendant, why don't you come to my side? Return to my knees?" Song Haran seemed to take a step very reluctantly. His face showed a hint of struggle, but this trace of struggle was instantly erased. His face became dull. Step by step, he slowly walked to the yellow-robed man. That yellow-robed man was even more satisfied at this time, nodding with a smile. "Your vitality is like a billowing smoke signal. Very good, very good. You are really my outstanding descendant." Song Haran still stood there expressionlessly. At this moment, the yellow-robed man's pale face suddenly showed a touch of purple. This purple breath gradually turned black. His eyes were also instantly dyed black at the same time, looking very strange. At the same time, he stretched out his palm. At this moment, in the middle of the palm, a hole suddenly split open. A mouth full of sharp teeth actually appeared in the palm. This horrifying palm, at this moment, slowly stretched out to Song Haran. In front of him, it seemed that an extremely horrifying ceremony was taking place. But at the moment when the yellow-robed man's palm was about to touch Song Haran's heart, Song Haran's eyes suddenly brightened. After that, he pulled out his pistol with lightning speed, aiming the muzzle at the strange mouth in the yellow-robed man's palm. Bang! The sound of a bullet being shot out. The yellow-robed man immediately withdrew his palm, showing a trace of pain on his face, and grasped his wrist. At the same time, he was furious. Seeing this, the strong man beside him didn't say anything and swept his arm horizontally. Song Haran's reaction was also very fast, retracting both his arms and raising them in front of his body. But the strength of this strong man's arm was extremely terrifying. Song Haran was pushed back by the force of this sweep. Until he hit the wall, he was able to stop. "You've been awake all this time." The yellow-robed man snorted coldly. At this moment, Song Haran swung his arms, with an evil look on his face. "After all, I don't want to welcome the end of my life so soon. So you said you're my ancestor? This is interesting. My ancestor's corpse actually came back to life. Great heaven, swallowing, spell of desolation." Suddenly, a clear and melodious female voice slowly rang out. It was Princess New Dawn's voice. Song Haran was already used to hearing this, so he wasn't surprised at this time. But the yellow-robed man and the other two, after hearing this voice, their faces slightly changed, looking at the corridor together. Princess Chuyang walked out expressionlessly, sizing up the yellow-robed man, and said indifferently, "You're practicing the great heaven swallowing spell of desolation, the first evil skill in the world. The practitioner doesn't recognize his relatives and uses his relatives as cauldrons. The closer he is to his relatives, the stronger the power he brings. I didn't expect someone to practice such an evil skill that defies humanity. Using his relatives as food?" Song Haran couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. He trusted this Princess Chuyang more. Princess Chuyang frowned and said, "Martial cultivation is different from Dao cultivation. A martial cultivator emphasizes a strong body of qi and blood. But even if the physical body can continuously break through, allowing the qi and blood to grow endlessly, there will still be a limit. Before the ultimate treasure of the human body is opened, it will still decline. Of course, there are various methods to extend the lifespan of a martial cultivator. There are also some humans who are born with a strong bloodline who can live longer, but they're still far inferior to Taoists who are successful in Tao cultivation. However, there are also benefits to martial cultivation. For example, you can obtain a strong power early, but your qi and blood will be greatly depleted before you can cultivate endlessly. This evil skill was originally created to replenish the innately depleted qi and blood. It uses the qi and blood of one's relatives to replenish one's body, and there is no rejection. Therefore, it is ranked as the first evil skill in the world. Ha, you know a lot? The beautiful woman beside the yellow-robed man smiled faintly. Princess Chuyang was unmoved. There were demons who practiced the great wasteland swallowing heaven scripture, but they were later suppressed by the Xianyuan palace. This evil skill should be destroyed. Of course, it is not impossible for the Xianyuan palace to keep it, but I am curious why the Xianyuan palace would allow such an evil skill to be circulated. The yellow-robed man took a deep breath, and the purplish-black color on his face gradually disappeared. However, his face seemed to have become paler. "You too capture this boy for me. As for this girl, she seems to have an extraordinary background. Capture her for me too." He was originally a demon who had stirred up a storm of blood in both the Taoist and demon realms. Hearing this, Gong Sun Wua laughed nastily. "Miss, you seem to know a lot of secrets of the Xianyuan palace. I really want to discuss it with you." Hearing this, Princess Chuyang snorted coldly and turned to one side. "Rude guy. Song Haoran, teach this guy a lesson for me." Song Haoran blinked his eyes. Just now, when he blocked this strong man's arm, his hand bones seemed to be broken. Although he looked relaxed, he was in so much pain that he almost died. How should I beat him? However, at this moment, the expressions of Gong Sun Wua, Gong Fanqing, and the yellow-robed man all changed slightly. Princess Chuyang also frowned in an instant. At this moment, Song Haoran was seized by a sudden impulse. A strong sense of danger sent a chill down his spine. Almost instinctively, he pounced forward, hugged Princess Chuyang, and rolled away on the ground. "Be careful, my lord!" Gong Sun Wua and Gong Fanqing shouted at the same time, and the two of them guarded beside the yellow-robed man. At this moment, a green light broke the ceiling of the medical station and slashed down fiercely. The huge airwave instantly overturned everything in this place. When the green light fell, it divided into countless tiny green sword lights and shot out again. In just a moment, the lobby of the medical station was full of holes, and on the broken ceiling, a white figure slowly descended from the sky. She came with a sword in her hand. Her face was cold, but her eyes were as sharp as a sword out of its sheath. Soon, she found Gong Fanqing and Gong Sunwoo here. At this moment, she said coldly, "Finally, I found you too." "It's you." Gong Fanqing opened her mouth. Chapter 11:28. Song Haoran forcefully pushed away a piece of gravel on his body. He glanced at Princess Chuyang, who was lying on the ground. There was no injury, but there was one bad thing. Sui Hozhu had fallen into the hands of Princess Chuyang. Probably at the moment when he threw her down, Princess Chuyang was looking at Song Haoran with a playful look. Song Haoran took a deep breath, saying affectionately, "Princess, you've seen my body. You have to be responsible for me. If you don't get up, I'll tear you into pieces." Princess Chuyang just sneered. Song Haoran shrugged, continuing to push away the gravel on his body. Meanwhile, he looked at the situation in the lobby of the medical station. There was no doubt that this place was a bit chaotic because of the sudden appearance of the woman in white holding a sword. But based on the principle that the enemy of an enemy could become a friend, Song Haran didn't take any action for the time being. In the corridor, several members of the Song family had been lying in ambush. At this moment, when they saw Song Haran's eyes, they hid more carefully. On the other side, in fact, Song Haran and Princess Chiang's little tricks didn't escape the eyes of the yellow-robed man, Gong Sunwoo and Gong Fanqing, but they didn't have time to care about it at this moment. Facing the woman in white, Qin Chiyu's oppressive feeling, the yellow-robed man couldn't help frowning. "Who's this woman?" Gong Fanqing smiled slightly. "Your Honor, she's the disciple of Tai Bai I mentioned to you before. It's said that this woman used to be a fairy fox of the demon clan. She was already an 8-tailed fairy fox, but she was willing to give up her demon body and become a mortal body. I found some time to have some small grudges with her, but I didn't expect this little girl to chase after me so relentlessly." The yellow-robed man nodded, saying indifferently, "If so, then I'll leave it to you." Gong Fanqing nodded, then turned to Qin Chiyu, smiling charmingly. "Little girl, you're asking me to teach you some moves so soon? Although you've learned a little bit of Tai Bai's swordsmanship, it's still not enough." Qin Chiyu sneered. She didn't have much of an expression on her face as she slowly swung the green lotus sword in her hand. The sound of the sword humming was clear and cold, like the sound of a green bamboo that could cleanse a person's heart. Inside the medical station, countless green lights were swimming around. They were actually strands of substantial sword energy. Song Haran was confused by the sword chi, but he could vaguely feel their sharpness. However, Princess Chiang's expression changed slightly, revealing a serious expression. On the other side, Gong Fanqing and Gong Sunwoo also sensed the extraordinariness of these sword lights. Gong Fanqing narrowed her eyes. "You've improved again in such a short time." At this moment, Qin Chiyu said indifferently, "You may have misunderstood one thing. This sword is still my master's sword. I can only exert 10% or 20% of its power, and that's only for now." "Ho, little girl, are you going to risk your life to fight with me?" Gong Fanqing said calmly. In the Penglai treasure house, Qin Chiyu couldn't activate the Green Lotus sword song to this extent. Seeing the strength of the sword chi, Gong Fanqing couldn't help but wonder if Qin Chiyu had used some secret method to forcibly improve her power. Of course, this kind of secret method was usually accompanied by great side effects. "Risk my life?" Qin Chiyu shook her head. "I can exert it to this extent. I said you misunderstood because you didn't know who was outside the square of Penglai Palace at that time." It wasn't that Qin Chiyu didn't want to exert the power of the Green Lotus Sword Song to the greatest extent. It was just that the Green Lotus Sword Song resisted and was extremely unwilling to do so. Although Qin Chiyu criticized the behavior of the Green Lotus Sword Song, she couldn't say anything about it since it was her master's sword. But it was different now. Because a certain boss wasn't here, the arrogance of the Green Lotus Sword Song came back in an instant. Last time, the power of the Green Lotus Sword Song was less than 1,000th. Qin Chiyu snorted coldly. The Green Lotus Sword Song swung the sword, and the green sword chi that was wandering in all directions stopped in an instant. They turned around and pointed at Gong Fanqing. "Ho, I'd like to see how much Tai Bai's favorite disciple has learned from him." Gong Fanqing's body instantly emitted several huge waves of true power. The sect that she used to belong to was one of the very few sects that cultivated martial arts. "Wu, keep an eye on his honor. I'll fight with this little girl." Gong Fanqing shot up to the sky and rushed to the sky above the medical station. Qin Chiyu followed closely. Those hundreds and thousands of green sword chi also shot up to the sky at this moment, which was extremely spectacular. Song Haran whistled and put down his hand from his eyebrows. "It seems that the real enemy has come." Song Haoran actually knew how to judge the situation and size up the situation. Every time he went out for a mission, he might encounter unexpected things. Although he was usually careless, if he couldn't guarantee or try his best to preserve his own people in danger, he wouldn't be able to gradually gain the recognition of the warriors of the Song family. At this moment, the woman in white appeared to challenge the yellow-robed man and took away one of the yellow-robed man's people, which naturally reduced a lot of pressure for Song Haoran, the yellow-robed man who claimed to be the ancestor, and the strong man Gong Sunwoo were left. Perhaps Qin Chiyu was much more powerful than when she was in the Penglai treasure house, but Gong Sunwoo believed that Gong Fanqing could still solve the problem. Gong Sunwoo still decided to carry out the order from the yellow-robed man. He needed the yellow-robed man to live well. Gong Sunwoo sneered at this moment, and his figure flashed out. This kind of speed from extreme stillness to extreme movement surprised Song Haoran. When he reacted, he only felt that there was a strong force coming from the side of his body. Gong Sunwoo kicked out a very simple whip kick, and Song Haoran could only withdraw his arms to block it. This was because he had a kind of super intuition. His intuition had already exceeded his own reaction ability, so he could block Gong Sunwoo's unexpected super fast attack. "You're a good warrior." Gong Sunwoo grinned at this time. "Don't worry, I won't break you. After all, you have to contribute everything to the Lord. It's a pity if you die." Although Song Haoran took this whip kick, he still couldn't resist the powerful force of Gong Sunwoo. His body was swept directly into the wall again. Hearing this, young Master Song wiped the bloodstain on his lips with his finger. A game of cat and mouse. It seems that I'm the mouse this time. Gong Sunwoo clenched his fists, and at the same time secretly paid attention to Princess Chuyang's movements. However, he found that Princess Chuyang didn't care about this at all, as if she didn't care about Song Haoran's life at all. At this time, Gong Sunwoo attacked Song Haoran again. Young Master Song took a deep breath, and when he was about to fight to death, he suddenly heard the voice of Princess Chuyang. "Relax your mind, don't think about anything." However, to Gong Sunwoo's surprise, Song Haoran successfully resisted again. Not only that, Song Haoran's body even twisted strangely, and from a tricky angle, he punched towards Gong Sunwoo's Chi-Hai acupoint. The power of this punch wasn't enough to break Gong Sunwoo's protective true power, but it made Gong Sunwoo stunned, because at this moment he felt that this punch contained 9 forces in succession. The forces overlapped one after another, and finally the 9 forces overlapped, and the power was extraordinary. 9 phoenix dance strikes. Gong Sunwoo frowned and said in surprise, You also know the martial arts of Shenyuan Palace?" Song Haoran didn't answer, and once again punched out in an extremely exquisite way. It was still the same strange way of exerting force, which caught Gong Sunwoo off guard. Song Haoran forced Gong Sunwoo to retreat for the first time. Young Master Song didn't feel happy at this time, because at this time, although he was the one who punched out, it wasn't his own will that controlled it, because Princess Chuyang was secretly controlling his body. It was as if another person had entered his brain. Princess Chuyang. This was a very wonderful feeling, as if Princess Chuyang's consciousness had entered his body and completely gained control of his body. Whether it was the flow of true power in his body or the techniques used to attack Gong Sunwoo, everything seemed to have been tempered thousands of times. At this time, under the control of Princess Chuyang's will, Song Haoran's palms danced and countless palm shadows appeared. Facing the countless palm shadows, Gong Sunwoo showed a serious expression for the first time. Exquisite palm, Heaven's Dragon Claw, Flying Star 9 Rotation Seal, Innate 8 Trigrams Universe Palm. Gong Sunwoo said the names of more than 10 different martial arts, and there were even some that he couldn't recognize. What made Gong Sunwoo excited was that these palm shadows weren't just for show, but each of them had reached a higher level. He was originally a martial arts fanatic. Now that he was able to see more than 10 or 20 exquisite palm techniques in one go, Someone was able to use so many different palm techniques in an instant. Moreover, this palm technique was supported by the 9 Phoenix strikes, which really made his fighting instincts soar in an instant. Gong Sanwoo laughed and punched out directly. The majestic, domineering aura was like a fierce tiger that could swallow the sky, and it directly destroyed the crazy palm shadows. However, the palm shadows that Song Haoran waved out with both hands became more and more complex, as if they were endless. Pure strength couldn't block Gong Sanwoo's fist, but with superb skills, different palm techniques gathered into a big net and forcibly entangled Gong Sanwoo, so that Gong Sanwoo didn't have the chance to fully release his powerful skills. Good boy. Why are you fighting like a woman? If you are a man, then fight with me for 300 rounds. Gong Sanwoo shouted angrily, and his true power exploded, and he instantly broke free from the big net of palm techniques. This was originally a woman fighting with you, Song Haoran thought to himself, but at this time he didn't have time to argue with Gong Sanwoo. Although the body was controlled by Princess Chuyang, the true power was still operated by his own body, including those exquisite palm techniques. Young Master Song was using his amazing memory to frantically record every movement of his body and every movement of his true power, so he didn't have time to care about anything else. However, Song Haoran wasn't waving his palms at this time. Instead, he was wandering around Gong Sanwoo, performing a series of different wonderful footwork. The transitions were like moving clouds and flowing water, without any sense of obscurity, and even more so, without any trace. When had Gong Sanwoo ever fought such a boring fight? Obviously, he had an earth-shattering cultivation, but he was still confused by a guy who was at least 2 levels lower than him. He couldn't help but become angry out of humiliation. F***CK, your mother! Gong Sanwoo roared. His fist was no longer aimed at Song Haoran, but hit the floor heavily. In an instant, more than half of the medical station collapsed, and the broken floor disrupted Song Haoran's footwork. Gong Sanwoo quickly seized this opportunity and punched Song Haoran in the chest. Song Haoran couldn't avoid this solid punch, and was directly blasted into the wreckage of the medical station. At this time, Gong Sanwoo's fierceness had been aroused, and he stepped on the air and rushed into the wreckage of the medical station without saying anything. Ha 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 ha. Boy, you are very good at tormenting others. Continue tormenting me. Let's see how many more moves you can use. At this time, because of Gong Sanwoo's large-scale destruction, Princess Chuyang, who had retreated to the edge of the medical station, slowly opened her eyes and exhaled slowly. To be able to practice the shocking world fist to this extent, he is considered a genius. Is he walking the path of tyranny? As for Song Haoran, she didn't care about him anymore. Although this man had taken her out of the underground palace, for Princess Chuyang he was just a modern man who could be used and had some value. Although it was good to have the appearance of an emperor, it was fine to have a strange power. If he couldn't survive, everything would be in vain. Since ancient times, there were many people who had the appearance of an emperor, but there was only one who could really ascend to the throne in each era. If one couldn't become an emperor, even if he had the appearance of an emperor, he was just a little bit more than ordinary people. If he couldn't go far, he couldn't go far. Gong Sanwoo's punch had directly broken all the meridians in Song Haoran's body, so Princess Chuyang withdrew her consciousness. She looked up and saw the yellow-robed man standing calmly on the other side of the medical station, frowning and thinking about something. At this time, the yellow-robed man just stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking at this scene expressionlessly. He didn't care about the life and death of his descendants. "Kid, where are you hiding?" Here, Gong Sanwoo, who had already revealed his ferocious nature, now waved his hand and raised his leg, hitting a huge stone and going deep into the medical station, which was still intact. With the aura, Gong Sanwoo could easily locate Song Haoran, but he just liked to play tricks like this. "Found you!" Gong Sanwoo had a shocking momentum. In the corridor, it seemed that every inch of air was filled with his thick, solid chi. Song Haoran was leaning against the wall at the end of the corridor, spitting out blood continuously, watching Gong Sunhwa walking towards him step by step. "Kid, don't you want to hide anymore?" "I'm tired, I don't want to move." Song Haoran shrugged with a miserable look, but he didn't beg for mercy. It was only a few minutes, and I was almost squeezed dry. "Then just accept your death obediently," Gong Sunhwa said with a grim smile. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. So, you'd better give me more pleasure." Bang! At this moment, outside the corridor window, a loud sound was heard. At the same time, Gong Sunhwa's head was tilted instantly. But Gong Sunhwa straightened his head again, only to see a deformed bullet on his temple falling to the ground. Seeing this, Song Haoran couldn't help but open his mouth slightly. The bullet was shot by the hunter he had ordered to ambush earlier. He was using a powerful sniper rifle. The sniper ambushing in the corridor, at this time, pulled the trigger again in panic. With each gunshot, Gong Sunhwa's body swayed, but the bullet didn't hurt him at all. At the moment when another gunshot was heard, Gong Sunhwa suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed the bullet directly between his fingers. He threw the bullet out with a backhand, only to hear a miserable scream from the corridor. That sniper was obviously dead. Song Haoran narrowed his eyes, seeing Gong Sunhwa moving forward again. He suddenly took a deep breath and rolled to the side. At the same time, the corridor was suddenly swallowed by the crazy explosion. This was the best explosive that the Song family could get. Rumble. Seeing the billowing smoke and the completely collapsed corridor, Song Haoran, who was blown away by the explosion, coughed and got up, but his face didn't look good, because a figure slowly walked out from the thick smoke. Chapter 11:29. Total nitrogen anionic salt N5-. Using this as the main material to create a high-energy explosive, the theoretical upper limit of its explosive power could reach up to 10 times that of TNT. Of course, 10 times was just an ideal value, but even a few times was good enough to show its terrifying power. It didn't just destroy the corridor, it even destroyed the rest of the medical station in an instant. The billowing thick smoke and the crazy airflow after the explosion instantly knocked away the surrounding thick fog, and at the same time the surrounding area was dyed gray and black. It couldn't be said that Gong Sunhwa didn't suffer any injuries. It could only be said that these injuries didn't cause much harm to him. Most of Gong Sunhwa's clothes had disappeared when he walked out of the thick smoke. He was almost naked. However, his exposed skin and flesh were intact. A steaming hot air slowly rose from Gong Sunhwa's body. He, who walked out of the raging flames, was more like a demon. Song Haoran climbed up from the ground, helplessly. He still didn't die from the explosion. It seemed that there was no other way. His meridians were all broken, and he also suffered the impact of the explosion. At this moment, young Master Song could only be described as broken. He seemed to be somewhat unstable when standing up. Human's wisdom is really terrifying. Gong Sunhwa flashed in front of Song Haoran. Song Haoran didn't have any time or strength to react at this moment. Gong Sunhwa easily grabbed Song Haoran's forehead and lifted him up. "If this good thing can be produced endlessly, even I can't bear it." Gong Sunhwa's fingers slightly exerted force, as if he could crush Song Haoran's forehead at any time. Song Haoran couldn't help but let out a low scream. But Gong Sunhwa soon loosened his grip and said indifferently, "Don't worry, I said I won't kill you, so I won't kill you. But you won't live for long. Soon his honor will devour your flesh and blood, and you will survive in another way." But at this moment, Gong Sunhwa saw a strange smile on Song Haoran's face. Song Haoran's smile was not only strange, but he even laughed out loud. "What are you laughing at?" Gong Sunhwa snorted. "You're just bluffing." Song Haoran let out a pained laugh. "I don't know, do you know how to write? You have a sharp tongue." Gong Sunhwa sneered. At this moment, Song Haren suddenly waved his hand. Out of nowhere, a black dagger appeared in his hand. However, such a sneak attack had no effect on Gong Sunwoo. The dagger stabbed into Gong Sunwoo's chest, but it couldn't move an inch, as if it had stabbed into a steel plate. Isn't this against the rules? Song Haren said bitterly. Then, as if she didn't believe it, she stabbed him again, but this time her strength was even weaker. Gong Sunwoo looked at the other party's struggle mockingly. At this moment, Song Haren stabbed Gong Sunwoo with the dagger for the third time, but with less strength. He stabbed Gong Sunwoo in the same place again and again, but with less strength each time. Gong Sunwoo's physical strength had already reached its limit, and he was holding on with his tenacity. You want to break the surface with a single point? Not a bad idea, Gong Sunwoo said indifferently, but with such strength you can't even scratch my itch. Give up. Gong Sunwoo was quite happy to see Song Haren's desperate eyes, until Song Haren's arm, which was holding the dagger, dropped down weakly. What? You can't do it anymore? Gong Sunwoo laughed grimly. Song Haren breathed with difficulty, and his whole body was soaked with sweat. After using a lot of complicated martial arts beyond the limit of his body, his meridians were broken by Gong Sunwoo, and then he suffered the impact of the explosion. At this moment, the pain in his body had reached an inhuman level, and every second was a test of his will. Song Haren's voice was intermittent, like a patient who had difficulty breathing. Damn it! Who said that villains die, because they talk too much. Song Haren seemed to have reached the limit of his physical strength and will. His body suddenly collapsed and he knelt on the ground. His hands dropped down, and his fingers that were holding the dagger loosened. Even his arms were slightly trembling. He seemed to be trying his best to move his fingers. Then accept your fate. Gong Sunwoo grabbed Song Haren's head again. Song Haren suddenly said in a low voice, I am very selfish. If you want to get benefits from me, I guess you will have to wait until your next life. He raised his hand. Gong Sunwoo's first instinct was that Song Haren was going to make another desperate fight, because Song Haren kept trying to break his body's defense by stabbing the same place. But the moment the dagger was stabbed, it strangely didn't really stab. So far, the black dagger, which was out of Gong Sunwoo's calculation, moved in the opposite direction. The dagger actually moved in front of Song Haren's neck. Suicide. A trace of blood suddenly appeared on Song Haren's neck, and then the beating heart crazily pushed the blood out of the carotid artery. The moment the blood splashed on Gong Sunwoo roared angrily. So cruel! This guy's cruelty shocked Gong Sunwoo from the bottom of his heart. Song Haren still had a strange smile on his face, but his body fell on the ground and kept twitching. His pupils were gradually dilating. Gong Sunwoo suddenly had an idea. He directly stretched out his hand and pressed Song Haren's neck, intending to seal his wound with his true force. The cultivation method that the yellow-robed man practiced was stolen from the treasury of the Shenyuan Palace when he betrayed them and escaped. He had read it, but he didn't practice it. The sky-swallowing scripture of great desolation was very evil, although it could bring him great strength. Once he put his butcher's knife into the bloodline of the Gongsun clan, he was afraid that he would be killed by the whole Shenyuan Palace. Although he didn't practice it, it didn't hinder him from studying this evil cultivation method. After a person died, his flesh was still fresh, and his soul would stay in the flesh for a period of time. Although the effect was not as good, it was better than nothing. At this moment, Song Haren's eyes had faded away. Gong Sunwoo shook his head and said helplessly, Boy, I beg you to hold on a little longer. Okay. What? In the blink of an eye, Song Haren's dim eyes became clear again. This sudden change made Gong Sunwoo open his mouth in surprise. At this moment, Song Haren quickly flicked his finger, and something seemed to be flicked directly into Gong Sunwoo's mouth. At the same time, Song Haren attacked again and punched Gong Sunwoo's chest. This punch was very strong, and it didn't seem like the power of a person with broken meridians. However, it was not enough to break Gong Sun Wua's physical defense, but it made Gong Sun Wua swallow the thing that was shot into his mouth subconsciously. "Are you okay?" At this time, Song Haoren sat up and made a gesture of farewell. Gong Sun Wua suddenly opened his eyes wide. At this moment, a violent energy directly exploded in his body. Gong Sun Wua raised his head and let out a shrill scream, and a pillar of fire spurted out from his mouth. After that, Gong Sun Wua slowly lowered his head and stared at Song Haoren with his bull-like eyes. Song Haoren smiled bitterly. What kind of person is this? He swallowed a high-energy explosive, and the explosive exploded in his body. But his body didn't explode. Looking at the furious Gong Sun Wua, Song Haoren couldn't help but sigh. "What do I have to do to make you die?" But Song Haoren still tried his best to stay alert. He still had some resurrection tokens, so he would fight as hard as he could, holding the dagger in front of him. Song Haoren took a deep breath, and his arm gradually turned fiery red. But at this time, Gong Sun Wua was still motionless. Song Haoren was stunned. At this time, blood gushed out from Gong Sun Wua's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. After that, he directly fell down. After a while, Song Haoren whistled and lifted Gong Sun Wua's arm with his leg. Seeing that Gong Sun Wua had no reaction, he let out a long sigh of relief. "Silly Chong, Tigerhead, Alex Potter, Wind, Chin Kai, Amani, Bullet, Knife. I've avenged you. If you have another life, don't follow me anymore." At this time, a trace of silver smoke gushed out from Gong Sun Wua's body, and then, as if attracted by something, rushed to Song Haoren's chest, rushed into the sun god badge he wore. At the same time, Song Haoren also felt that something was violently stuffed into his head. It seemed to be a group of pictures. A naked young man, practicing boxing under a waterfall, Gong Sun Wua. His whole life, the sun god badge seemed to have appeared, or it had unlocked a new ability. The yellow-robed man and Princess Chuyang looked at each other, and neither of them moved first, or they were confronting each other. After a long time, two figures floated down from the thick fog and landed on both sides of the collapsed medical station, also confronting each other. They were Gong Fanqing and Qin Chiyu. They didn't look good. Qin Chiyu's face was slightly pale, and there was a bloody wound on her shoulder. The blood dyed her white clothes red, and Gong Fanqing's hair bun was shaved off, and there was a shocking wound on her face. Her left arm was hanging down, and blood kept dripping from her fingertips. At this time, the four people and four corners formed a strange look at each other. "Everyone is here." A casual voice suddenly broke this strange atmosphere, and at the same time attracted everyone's attention. Song Haoren walked out slowly from a broken wall. "You're not dead." Princess Chuyang looked at this evil man in disbelief. "I'm lucky." Song Haoren shrugged and then threw something out. It was Gong Sun Wua's body. At this moment, the corpse rolled into the huge pit. The yellow-robed man and Gong Fanqing looked at Gong Sun Wua's body, which had fallen into the pit. Their expressions changed slightly. This big pit was made by Gong Sun Wua's fist, but now he buried himself. It was like digging his own grave, full of irony. It wasn't difficult for them to understand the malice in Song Haoren's behavior. Princess Chuyang frowned. She was born with a special ability, and her spiritual power was very strong, so she could attach her spirit to Song Haoren and drive him to fight with Gong Sun Wua. When her consciousness left Song Haoren's body, she was very clear about the body's condition at that time. But at this time, Song Haoren's essence, qi and spirit were more abundant than before. It was as if he had been reborn. Gong Fanqing looked at the yellow-robed man in an instant, revealing a dignified expression. The yellow-robed man just kept silent. Song Haoren looked at Qin Chiyu at this time. "Miss, shall we join hands?" Qin Chiyu didn't answer, but just looked at Song Haoren indifferently, and then fixed her eyes on Gong Fanqing again. You, what's your name? At this time, the yellow-robed man suddenly asked. He was looking at Song Howren. Young Master Song raised his eyebrows. Song Howren. The yellow-robed man was silent for a moment, and then nodded. The royal family doesn't need useless bloodlines. Since you can kill Gong Sunhwa, I admit you're qualified to stay. There are 2 of my descendants nearby. They're your relatives, right? Song Howren's expression gradually turned cold, and a strange wave suddenly broke out from his body. The yellow-robed man waved his hand. Don't worry, I allow you to stay, and naturally I'll also allow you to have the right to keep your relatives. They can give birth to such excellent descendants. It's also a credit. Live well. I'm looking forward to it. After saying this, the yellow-robed man turned around and left. Seeing this, Gong Fanqing chuckled. Little girl, today you have the advantage of weapon. Without this green lotus sword, I wonder how many moves you can take from me? Want to escape? Qin Chiyu snorted coldly. I'll play with you another day. Gong Fanqing rushed up to the sky, and then pressed her palm down with great momentum. Qin Chiyu waved her sword, and the sword light swept everything away. But she had already lost the trace of Gong Fanqing. At their level, if they wanted to leave, they couldn't be stopped unless they were prepared to fight to the death. Seeing Gong Fanqing disappear, Qin Chiyu frowned and looked at Gong Sunhwa's corpse in the pit. Then she put away her sword and rushed into the thick fog. Song Howren jumped to Princess Chiang's side and suddenly asked, Princess, you just let that guy go like this? The Princess Chiang had already taken her marquise bead back. After a long time, young Master Song didn't believe that Princess Chiang hadn't recovered a little. This guy is not worse than me. Princess Chiang responded indifferently and then turned around. I'm tired, let's go back. After a long while, only 3 soldiers of the Song family walked out of the ruins and came to Song Howren's side. Song Howren slightly heaved a sigh, pointing at the deep pit in front of them, and said expressionlessly, Bury the bodies of Bullet and Xiao Dao in there. Someone will accompany them in the grave. Your Honor, why did you let that guy go? In the thick fog, Gong Fanqing stopped the bleeding while asking the yellow-robed man. As for Gong Sunhwa's death, it didn't seem to be a big blow to her. The dynasty is gone, the yellow-robed man said indifferently. Although I force myself to stay, the world has changed. The Emperor Qi on this guy is very strong, and the fate of the dynasty seems to be condensing on him. As long as he stays on the land of Kelowna, he may be able to awaken the dragon vein of our dynasty in the future. Your Honor, what do you mean? I need him to stay and fight for me in the future. But Your Honor, in your current situation. Chapter 1130. TV, live webcasts, and news stations. For half a month, they were all occupied by the same thing. In the video, the howling cold wind kept hitting the microphone in the hands of the reporters at the scene. The man was holding a blurry microphone in his hand. He was sitting in a helicopter that had already opened the cabin door. The camera was aimed at the large expanse of thick fog below. Now, I am at the edge of the fog outbreak area, more than 230 kilometers away from the center of the fog outbreak area. You can see from the camera that the thickness of the fog continues to erupt. Not only in China, but also abroad continued to pay attention. In Europe, in a riverside hotel on the Danube River, a black-haired man in his 30s was wiping gun parts at this time. At this time, he was watching everything that was happening in the distant eastern country on the internet TV. At this time, a younger man, holding a bag of food in his hand, opened the door and said in not very fluent Chinese, Mr. Yan, it's time for lunch. What are you watching? The man, Yi Yan, at this time, skillfully reassembled the parts at this time. Soon, a silver pistol was assembled. He directly inserted it into the holster of his vest. The thick fog incident in China. Yi Yan looked at the young man in front of him. Jaeger, the guy he brought back from the Siberian plateau to become his new partner. Jaeger was originally just a small agent in Moscow. He never thought that one day he would become a member of the Interpol. In the past half a year, He had completed several missions with Yi Yan. After more than half a year of training, both his experience and courage had changed dramatically. He chewed on the baguette while thinking, "Mr. Yi Yan, this is your motherland, right? You are very worried, right?" Yi Yan said indifferently, "My motherland has the best rescue team in the world and the government in the world that values the people's lives and property the most in the world. What I am worried about is what is behind this thick fog." Jaeger frowned. "Mr. Yi Yan, could it be that you have relatives and friends in this disaster area?" Yi Yan shook his head. "That is not the case. They are all further south, so they should not appear in the disaster area. It is just that this fog is too strange. I heard that there is a very special magnetic field in the fog. Any electronic device is useless inside it, and it is still spreading. If we cannot stop it from spreading and let it continue to spread," Igor soon realized the serious problem. The thick fog covering the land of Cathay had already exceeded 200 kilometers in diameter. This was basically the total area of some of the smaller countries in the world. At this time, Jaeger comforted him. "Just as you said, Mr. Yi, your country has the best rescue and the best government, right? Now, several important leaders of your motherland have canceled their state visits and returned to China to support the rescue work. Don't worry, this matter will definitely be resolved." "I hope so." Yi Yan nodded and put on his jacket. "Where are you going?" Jaeger could not help but stare blankly. Yi Yan stood in front of the door and said casually, walking around, "Don't you want to eat lunch?" "I already ate." The sound of the door closing. Jaeger was stunned. Then, as if he had thought of something, he quickly ran into the living room of the suite. He saw several empty plates on the dining table. Jaeger's hands trembled as he looked at the bill on the plate. This was his bill. Oh God, he is simply a devil. My salary. At this time, on the laptop video website that had not yet been closed, the reporter who was on the scene in a helicopter suddenly received a message. According to the latest information received, the current spread of the thick fog has stopped. Will it stop and then disperse, or will it suddenly continue to spread? For more details, please continue to pay attention to the real-time report of this station. For 2 consecutive days, Mr. Blind did not appear. He had been calculating the exact location of the 7th Jade Dragon Pillar. After a short period of recuperation, the fire cloud evil god had already recovered. During this time, he had been guarding the courtyard, not allowing anyone to approach. Even Yan Xiaoxi could only talk outside the courtyard. At this time, a piece of news that excited the people of the Tao world came. Taoist Master 100 Tribulations had returned. In fact, during these 2 days, a large number of Tao demons had also returned to the thick fog area and rushed to the crouching dragon villa to gather. Among them, there were even many disciples of the Tao sects and members of the demon clan who had not participated in the Penglai conference this time. They had noticed what was happening in the thick fog and had rushed over at top speed. At the moment, the number of Tao demons in the crouching dragon villa, excluding the people from the administrative bureau, had exceeded 1,000. Furthermore, they were all capable Taoists and demons. Because perfected Huanyang had left the Penglai treasure vault earlier than Taoist Master 100 Tribulations, he had arrived at the crouching dragon villa much earlier than Taoist Master 100 Tribulations. At this moment, the people of the Tao world, led by perfected Huanjin, stood at the entrance of the crouching dragon villa to welcome Taoist Master 100 Tribulations, the president of the Tao Association. "President, it's really great that you can come back safely." Perfected Huanyang looked excited. Due to his age, Taoist Master 100 Tribulations had practically watched the few generations of Tao world Taoists grow up. Although they belonged to different sects, Taoist Master 100 Tribulations was selfless and would often preach the Tao on the Kunlun mountain. He would not leave the threshold and would go to all the Tao sections. It could be said that more than half of the Tao world, Tao Association's Taoists were half teachers with Taoist Master 100 Tribulations. "Yes, President, it's really great that you're safe. Taoist Master Hundred Tribulations, who was surrounded by people, could not help but feel excited. However, this was not the time to reminisce. At this moment, everyone realized that Taoist Master Hundred Tribulations had not returned empty-handed. Behind him was a young man, and on the young man's shoulder was a black-clothed, bronze-masked man. "President, what is this?" Perfected Huanyang quickly noticed the black-robed man who had fainted. Taoist Master Hundred Tribulations said solemnly, "Taoist Huanyang, please gather everyone. I have some important matters to discuss with everyone immediately." Upon seeing Taoist Master Hundred Tribulations' solemn expression, Taoist Huanyang did not dare to hesitate. Soon, all the important figures of the demon clan, including Yan Xiaoxi, the Tao Association's stewards, Purple Star, Songjin Shui, and the others were all present. Among them, only Huang Baifu of the White Tiger clan and Xiao Xingma of the Ghost clan did not appear. However, the White Tiger clan had a commander who represented them. As for the Ghost clan, they were not present. Most people understood the Ghost clan. Due to the uniqueness of their clan, the Ghost clan basically did not appear during the day and rarely left Fengdu Ghost City. And for this Penglai conference, only Xiao Xingma came from Ghost City. Logically speaking, young Master Huang should have come out earlier than me. Taoist Hundred Tribulations frowned. Perhaps he has other matters to attend to. However, I believe that young Master Huang should appear soon after such a big event. White Tiger Clan, please be patient. President Hundred Tribulations, may I know why you gathered us in such a hurry? Ming Tushan was the most senior among the demon clans present. He asked frankly, "I heard that you caught a black-robed man? Everyone, please listen to me." Taoist Hundred Tribulations took out a dark red bead from his sleeve. Immediately, a dense life force was emitted from the bead, and within this dense life force there was also a terrifying evil aura. "What is this? It's so evil." Taoist Huanyang's expression changed slightly. Taoist Hundred Tribulations' expression was solemn. "This is a soul bead. To refine this soul bead, tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of dead lives are required. This is what I took from a group of black-robed men on my way to Crouching Dragon Villa. However, they were refining this thing on the spot." "What?" As soon as these words were spoken, it alarmed all the Tao demons present here, and many even stood up. Taoist Hundred Tribulations continued, "This is only one of them. There are more soul beads that have been successfully refined and sent away. Their ultimate goal is to refine an evil magic weapon called Million Soul Beads." Million. Everyone immediately sucked in a cold breath. A million souls, a million people. Almost at the same time, they all secretly observed Yan Xiaoxi's expression. The Tao demons had an agreement with the country, and that agreement was not just written in black and white. A million souls, a million people, this was far, far beyond the bottom line of this agreement. What was worse was that no matter what the 71st generation heavens wanted to do, no matter what the men in black wanted to do, they were still part of the Tao Yao. Perhaps the Tao demons and Tao demons could see this as an internal conflict, but in the eyes of this country, they were all one. In the silent and oppressive atmosphere, Yan Xiaoxi finally said, slowly, "Taoist Hundred Tribulations, is this true?" Taoist Hundred Tribulations nodded. "The black-robed man that I brought back had his intelligence sealed by me. You can ask him yourself later." Yan Xiaoxi nodded and then looked around. "Everyone, at this moment, the Bureau will make a decision after verifying everything. Currently, the situation has escalated, so I hope that everyone will not panic. The location of the 7th Jade Dragon Pillar will be confirmed soon. Tian Xian's 71st generation has obviously lost his mind, so I hope that everyone present will not be swayed." Yan Xiaoxi had also sensed what the Tao demons present were thinking. At this moment, she did not try her best to appease them. However, Who would be in the mood to listen to such words of appeasement without any promises? This impromptu meeting did not last long before everyone dispersed. A few Tao demons gathered in private. In a corner of the crouching Dragon Mountain Villa, Songjin Shui, Chu Xinghe, Zixing Ming Tushan, and a white tiger commander were present. 1,000,000 souls, 1,000,000 lives. No one can bear the responsibility for this. Ming Tushan was the first to speak. Everyone, since you are here, I believe that you all know what to do. What we should be thinking about now is not how to stop Tianxin, but how to protect ourselves. Chu Xinghe nodded and said softly, "That's right. Elder Ming is right. At this point, regardless of whether the spirit chi is successfully restored or not, in this situation where 1,000,000 people died tragically, I'm afraid that we have truly angered the imperial court. I can imagine that the imperial court will do this to prevent the same tragedy from happening in the future. I'm afraid. Afraid of what?" The white tiger commander rubbed his head in frustration. "Make yourself clear." "Humph, as expected. The master has the soldiers according to his use." Cang Jinshui snorted. "Huang Baifu is brainless, and so are the subordinates." Cang Jinshui, "Have you forgotten how your father was hung up? Don't think that I won't beat you up just because you are the Green Dragon clan leader." The commander roared angrily. Ming Tushan couldn't stand it anymore and said in a low voice, "What time is it now? Do you still want to fight among yourselves?" Priest Chu's meaning is clear. The one who did this is Tianxin, but he and his subordinates are all from our Taoist and demon realms. To the imperial court, we are all one. After this, I'm afraid that the imperial court will really raise their butcher's knife and clean up Kelowna's Taoist and demon realms. "You dare!" The white tiger commander seemed to have a bad temper and immediately stood up. "The imperial court takes people from our demon clans every few days to serve them. Every year, we have to offer all kinds of heavenly treasures as tribute. How many of our white tiger clan's cubs can clearly reach adulthood? But in order to gather enough resources, they let these cubs starve to death, one by one. On the surface, they are giving us space to live, but in reality, they are keeping us in captivity. If they dare to use the butcher's knife, I will use the knife to kill them. I have long had enough of this kind of cowardice." "Enough, don't say any more." Cang Jinshui snorted. "Is it only your white tiger clan that does this? Then tell me, what should we do?" The white tiger commander sat down and stared with wide eyes. At this moment, everyone was silent. After a while, Chu Xinghe said faintly, "If this revival fails, not only will Tianxin be killed, I'm afraid that we will also be killed in the future. Rather than that, why don't we let the spirit chi revive? Perhaps we will have a chance." "You mean?" Purple Star looked at Chu Xinghe in shock. Not only did Purple Star young master look, but everyone present looked over. Chapter 1131. Yan Xiaoxi soon found his master, Fire Cloud Evil God. The news brought back by Priest 100 Tribulations was too important. It could even affect the relationship between the country and the Tao demons. This was no longer something Yan Xiaoxi could decide on his own. At this moment, in the courtyard, Fire Cloud Evil God was silent for a long time after hearing the news. Finally, he asked, "Have you sent this news out?" Yan Xiaoxi shook his head, then asked tentatively, "Should I send it out now?" Fire Cloud Evil God asked, "What will happen if we send it out now?" Yan Xiaoxi smiled bitterly. "The agency is not an impenetrable wall. Once we reach this stage, the Tao demons will definitely know immediately. Then, we'll have a hard time moving forward. The casualties this time are too great. Apart from war, I can't think of anything else." "That's right. But if you can think of it, so can they." Fire Cloud Evil God sighed. "It's hard to say who's forcing who to rebel. If we really reach the stage of an all-out war, I'm afraid this country's land will really be in a state of war. If the powerful Tao demons scatter into the crowd in cities, Can we really use nuclear weapons to wipe them out? Even if we take a step back, even if we use other weapons with great lethality, the loss of lives and property of the people will be immeasurable. Yan Xiaoxi smiled bitterly. Tian Xian Gen 71 is a lunatic. Dao demons can only nibble, divide, and weaken. Boiling a frog in warm water is the best way to destroy them. Fire Cloud, evil god, shook his head. He's not crazy. He's taking this step because he knows. Fire Cloud, evil god, rubbed his forehead. That's why I've never liked to deal with people from the plain clothes path. This group of people is too calculative. They have the ability to stir up trouble. Enemies with ambition, ability, and persistence are the most terrifying. Should we keep this under wraps for now and wait for this matter to be over before reporting to the higher-ups? Yan Xiaoxi frowned and said, "This way we can stabilize them first so that we won't be attacked from both sides." "No, you need to send this out as soon as possible and report it. Otherwise, you would be derelict in your duties as the head of the Bureau." However, Fire Cloud Evil God said, "But at the same time you have to tell both Taoists and Yao that you will suppress this matter. You even have to give them a country to investigate this matter. As long as the culprit is killed, as long as they can see the situation clearly, there will be a chance for leniency. Give them hope." Well, Yan Xiaoxi was stunned. The evil god of Fire Cloud said, "If extraordinary powers cannot be used by a country, if these powers that transcend the mortal world are not used to protect the people, but to stand above all living beings, then it is not a pity to abandon them. Otherwise, why would we establish a country? What is the foundation of a country? I understand." Yan Xiaoxi took a deep breath and nodded. Fire Cloud, evil god, waved his hand. "Go. Master will shoulder all the responsibilities with you. If I didn't even have that much awareness, I wouldn't have chosen this job in the first place." Yan Xiaoxi smiled calmly and turned around to leave. On the other side of the crouching dragon villa, unlike the solemn atmosphere of the Taoists and Yao, this place was filled with enthusiasm, due to the enchantment outside the crouching dragon villa that isolated the fog. After the electricity was supplied, all the equipment here could function normally. This was a temporary workshop set up by Dr. Zhao, the head of the Technical Research and Development Department of the Bureau. At this moment, a group of members of the Research and Development Department were looking at the scene where Dr. Zhao was arguing with someone, in the dust-free room inside the workshop. The person arguing with Dr. Zhao in the dust-free room looked very young, but in fact his actual age was already more than 40 years old. The reason why he looked young was naturally because he was a genuine Taoist cultivator, Jiangzhua. He walked out of the space crack and somehow met Dr. Zhao's eyes. Usually, the Bureau would not allow members of the Taoists or Yao clan to enter the Research and Development Department directly, but this Jiangzhua had received special permission from Dr. Zhao. The reason was that Jiangzhua was a technical talent who had been delayed by immortal cultivation. You'll never know how much the theoretical research on sparse kernel learning and machine learning published by this guy called Jiangzhua when he was still a graduate student has contributed to our later research on artificial intelligence. And this was his achievement 20 years ago. Why didn't this guy think it through and go into immortal cultivation? If he continues to develop on this path, he'll definitely have more terrifying achievements. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. It was probably because of such roars that Dr. Zhao finally received special permission from Yan Xiaoxi. Of course, more importantly, Jiangzhua still had some civilization-breaking technology that he had brought back from the Penglai treasure house. Impossible! How can there be such a substance in the world that violates the common sense of physics? Dr. Zhao shook his head and said, "Negative transformation, as the reverse process of positive transformation, can't be carried out spontaneously, let alone the spontaneous recombination of the same substance. It's possible to turn a drop of water into ice, but you can't ask a drop of water to turn into mercury directly." Jiang's was seen to have expected Dr. Zhao's reaction, so he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he took out a test tube leisurely. On the test tube, there was a liquid substance that emitted a colorful luster. "What's this?" Dr. Zhao was immediately attracted by this strange substance. "This is called myriad element." "Jiang," Zhou said solemnly, "this thing has the ability to recombine species that I mentioned to you just now. In fact, I've been studying how to use it these 2 days. Finally, I found that this thing can change its form according to a person's spirit and will." Since it was useless, Jiang Zhou didn't waste any time and poured out about 20 milliliters of colorful liquid from the test tube. This liquid was secreted from the crystal he had picked up at the bottom of the myriad element pool. Jiang Zhou hadn't figured out the principle of the crystal secretion, but there was no doubt that this secreted liquid was the myriad element he had seen before. And that crystal was defined as the myriad element mother by Jiang Zhou. At this moment, Jiang Zhou was staring at the 20 milliliters of myriad element in the petri dish, his eyes incomparably focused. Something inconceivable happened. The Wan Su in the petri dish gradually began to change. In the end, under Dr. Zhao's wide-eyed and terrified gaze, it actually turned into a cube of white. What is this?" Dr. Zhao asked subconsciously. "Sugar cube." Jiang Zhou smiled. "It's absolutely harmless and sweet. You can try it if you don't believe me." Dr. Zhao stared at the sugar cube in the petri dish, frowning silently. Jiang Zhou thought Dr. Zhao didn't believe him and hurriedly said, "I promise I didn't use any illusion on you. You can check the video recording just now. If you don't believe me, you can try it yourself. I'll teach you the method. But with your spirit strength, I don't know if it will work on the myriad element. I think it needs to be at least a minimum level for the myriad element to accept." "Dr. Zhao? Dr. Zhao?" "Idiot!" Dr. Zhao let out a wail, directly strangling Jiang Zhou's neck. "You idiot! Idiot! Wastrel! Of all things, why didn't you reconstruct a sugar cube? Do you know? 1 gram is worth 200 million, you bastard!" Even though Jiang Zhou was a cultivator, he felt suffocated by Dr. Zhao's hands. Especially Dr. Zhao's left hand. There was an incredible strength. His left hand, Jiang Zhou suddenly froze, because Dr. Zhao's left hand didn't look like a normal person's hand. It was thick and filled with a strange cuticle, like metal. Dr. Zhao, you're your hand." Jiang Zhou patted Dr. Zhao's arm forcefully. Dr. Zhao kept taking deep breaths, his emotions gradually calming down. His left hand gradually returned to normal. Finally, he let go of Jiang Zhou and sighed. "Sorry, I was too agitated." Jiang Zhou swallowed his saliva, looking at Dr. Zhao's arm, hesitating. "Dr. Zhao, your hand just now." Dr. Zhao shook his head, saying indifferently, "Nothing, it was just an experiment accident. It allowed my left hand to mutate, its strength far surpassing that of normal people. But there are side effects, that is, it will become irritable. I need to inject medicine every once in a while. Is it a genetic experiment?" Jiang Zhou frowned. The research department of the administration dared to try anything? "Let's not talk about this." Dr. Zhao shook his head. "This type of Wan Su is much more important than this. Jiang Zhou, tell me, how much of this type of Wan Su do you have?" "Not much." Jiang Zhou shook his head, saying calmly, "We left with a lot. I only managed to bring back a little, about 700 milliliters." "You said that place is called Penglai Treasury?" Dr. Zhao suddenly asked. Jiang Zhou smiled bitterly. "Doctor, I advise you not to think about that place. Let's not talk about whether we can find a way to enter. Even if we can, I think with the strength we have, we won't be much stronger than normal people in the Penglai Treasury." Dr. Zhao shook his head. "Without accurate data, it's hard for me to imagine." Jiang Zhou said bluntly, "There's no need for data, and it's impossible to monitor the data, because I'm afraid this is a fault between civilizations. The data I brought back, I'm afraid it will take several generations of research to decipher. After deciphering it, whether it can be absorbed is another matter. Dr. Zhao smiled bitterly. How could he not know? The two of them studied day and night, and in the end, it was like a primitive man looking at the proof process of Riemann's hypothesis. It was no longer a problem of IQ, but a complete fault in the knowledge chain. Perhaps we can find a breakthrough from these weapons. Jiang Zhuo looked at some strange objects at this time. These were the things that Captain Ling Fong and the others brought back from other places before leaving, some strange weapons that only appeared in science fiction movies. Dr. Zhao obviously agreed with Jiang Zhuo's point of view. Instead of touching those broken civilizations, it was better to touch these technologies that seemed to be at least explorable. Coincidentally, from this lightsaber, I found a very special material. With the current technology, there's no way to synthesize it. I don't even know what its structure is. Dr. Zhao suddenly said seriously, if we can observe the molecular recombination process of all elements, perhaps we can understand the specific structure of this material and find the direction to synthesize it artificially. Dr. Zhao picked up the only lightsaber in his hand and pressed the button on it. A beam of light shot out, condensing and not dispersing, and it buzzed. Perhaps we still can't produce it ourselves, but it's not impossible to draw a ladle according to the gourd. The condensed energy beam technology, this technical ability, is a huge problem. Jiang Zhuo sighed. Even though he didn't have the knowledge in this field, it didn't stop him from speculating. Just as Dr. Zhao said, even if it was just a copy, if it could be mass-produced, and everyone had this lightsaber, the military power of this country would probably reach a new peak, right? After all, the cracking and mastering of this technology could not only be applied to one weapon, the lightsaber. It could be used in many places, right? Thinking about it this way, not to mention the mother of all elements in his hand, perhaps the 700 milliliters of all elements that he lied about seemed to be able to change the pattern of the world. Jiang Zhuo was suddenly shocked, cold sweat dripping. He didn't know whether it was a right thing to take all elements out of the Penglai treasure house or something that shouldn't have happened. What made Nero curious was that after meeting Su Zijuan, Luochio didn't immediately return to the club, nor did he go to different places to collect the transaction fee from the rich woman. Instead, he came to a relatively empty place. It should be the cliff of a mountain, but it was surrounded by thick fog, and the real environment couldn't be seen clearly. Luochio stood on the cliff, looking into the distance. It had been a long time. For the active Nero, this was a relatively uncomfortable thing. God knew how many pairs of small shoes were waiting for her to wear after she went back after being alone with the boss outside for such a long time. Nero felt that she was gambling with her life. Boss! A master? Nero felt that she needed to be reminded, but it was a bit awkward for her to call him master. Of course, this was what Miss Servant Girl asked for. Having said that, less than half a day after transforming into a black soul messenger, Miss Servant Girl gave Nero a maid's code of conduct that was comparable to a Chinese-English dictionary. Do as you like, don't force yourself. Luochio turned back and looked at Nero with a smile. Taiyanzi will constantly flatter and smooth talk, that's his character. But it was precisely because of his personality that those flattering words would not make people feel disgusted. But you are different. Chapter 1132. For Nero's question, Boss Luo just laughed it off. He couldn't discuss with Nero whether Yu Yi, whose body was actually an alchemy product, would feel stuffy. Boss, are you waiting for someone? Nero, who made herself cooler, blinked and asked at this moment. Boss Luo asked curiously, what do you mean? Nero spread her hands and said, otherwise, do you come all the way to the top of the mountain to look at the scenery just to show off? And I'm the only audience. Besides, I've seen your fierceness. There's no need to show it to me. Unless what? Luochio chuckled. The character of each Black Soul messenger was different. Taiyanzi had no bottom line, but he would secretly insist on something. Taisetsu seemed to be easygoing, but he never lost himself. Number 18 seemed gloomy and treacherous, but under the constraints of the club, She had to remain loyal all the time. As for Nero, she probably looked like a casual person on the surface. After hearing this, Nero smiled slightly and approached Luaccio. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Unless, boss, you want to play something that you don't want our general manager to know. For example, having an affair? Do you want to eat chewing gum?" Luaccio smiled. He turned his palm, and there was a small package of chewing gum, or rather a bubble gum. "Yes." Nero's eyes suddenly lit up. "Stretch out your hand." Luaccio continued. Nero blinked and stretched out her palm naturally. Luaccio put the chewing gum in Nero's palm. Then he smiled and said, "Go down and wait for me." Nero blinked again and tilted her head. "I always feel that you are raising me as a pet." Luaccio smiled and said, "Go ahead." Nero rolled her eyes. But as a Black Soul envoy, he couldn't go against his boss's will, whether it was intentional or not. Nero gradually walked down the mountain. On the way, she opened the wrapper of the chewing gum in her hand and put it into her mouth to chew. She muttered to herself. She even remembers the taste. It's a bit too much to brush up favorability like this. The thick fog suddenly dispersed a little, as if it was pushed away by a pair of invisible hands. On the top of the cliff, facing the wind, Luaccio raised his head. Diagonally above him, there was a soft blue light, like phosphor powder, attached to the air. It didn't cause any earth-shattering phenomenon. It was just like a feather floating down from the sky. The feather slowly descended and finally landed on the surface of the lake, causing a few ripples. Finally, it slowly opened its eyes, and its blue hair fluttered slightly. Then, it landed on the cliff and came to Boss Luo's side. "Respected source authority holder, sub-administrator number 003, Araya at your service." The long-haired girl with blue eyes in front of him was still expressionless. No matter how he looked at it, the Araya in front of him and the Gaia in the Penglai treasure vault seemed to be the same mold. Luaccio circled Araya curiously. Last time in the mirror world, he didn't take a good look at Araya. Indeed, no matter how he looked at it, except for the different colored hair, this was another living Gaia. The Penglai treasure vault had been completely closed by him. Now there was only one Gaia left, and that was Luoya. Have you always been like this?" Luaccio walked to Araya again and asked softly, "I mean, when you were created, were you already like this?" "Confirm." Luaccio nodded and was silent for a while before asking, "You are the sub-administrator. Then who is the higher-level administrator than you? Where is he?" "Original world." Luaccio thought for a while. Are all the worlds, after primordial, using the original world as a reference? "Confirm." Luaccio said, "For what?" Araya's blue eyes flickered for a moment, but her body was motionless. She didn't seem to have any intention of speaking. It seemed that she was in some kind of conflict. Just as Luaccio was about to change to another question, Araya suddenly spoke. "Primordial has reached the end. The core needs to be replaced. The new core needs to be cultivated. The numbered world is a hotbed for cultivating the new core. 003 is the first batch of hotbeds?" Luaccio looked at Araya's eyes. He couldn't see the inner body of Araya, who looked like a little girl. In other words, it didn't have an inner body at all. It didn't have a soul. It was just a mass of energy and a huge pile of data. "Confirm." Luaccio remembered his conversation with Cicero and suddenly asked, "Did it fail?" "Not sure." "Not sure? What do you mean?" "Every numbered world has a possibility at the beginning. In theory, every hotbed has the ability to cultivate a qualified core. The only difference is the degree of completion. Some numbered worlds have a far higher degree of completion than the current 003 number, and some numbered worlds have a lower degree of completion than the current 003 number." Luaccio said, "But a high degree of completion doesn't mean it can be completed in the end, right?" "Confirm." Luaccio nodded. He paced in front of Araya and fell into deep thought. After a while he asked, What is the degree of completion of this world? Now, the degree of completion is 47%. It has almost reached the maximum limit of the current civilization. Luaccio frowned and said, "You said that, in theory, every numbered world has a possibility of completion? Why is there a maximum limit?" The possibility always exists, but it needs to be in line with the direction of evolution. If the direction of evolution is wrong, it can't continue to complete the degree of completion. Then, restart, reset, choose the direction of civilization evolution again until the numbered world completes its core, or another world completes its core. How many times have you restarted it? Luaccio frowned. A total of 4 times. This is the 5th time. This time, it's your method of restarting it? Luaccio looked at the thick fog around him. The war between mortals and transcendence. Confirmed. For the civilization of the numbered world 003, if it develops normally, it will take a long time before it enters the stage of self-destruction. In order to reduce the time needed to cultivate the core, after calculation, it is recommended to use an interventional method. Luaccio frowned and said coldly, "Can it be stopped?" "Need it to be stopped." "What if I say yes? Modified program, modified restart plan, original plan, natural extinction of civilization. Reminder, the original plan will greatly delay the time needed to cultivate the core. Suggestion, not recommended. Query, are you sure you want to modify it?" Luaccio walked up to Aurea and reached out to stroke her long hair. He suddenly asked, "Can I connect to the terminal behind you through you?" Denied. All sub-administrators are independent and cannot be connected to the system. Terminal. Core completed. Terminal can be connected. As expected. Luaccio nodded and said, "I don't really want to interrupt your original progress, but I want to do something while I still have a little bit of selfishness left in me." Query, meaning unknown. Luaccio smiled. "How about this? You don't have to change your plan right away. Just delay it a little." Query, exact time. Luaccio looked at the horizon and said softly, "Then let's use the end of a person's life as the time of your restart." Aurea opened her mouth again and was about to say something. Boss Luo reached out and tapped on Aurea's forehead, saying softly, "Her." "Understood." Subsystem, correcting. Countdown, restart. Writing. Writing successful. Naming, countdown file name. Naming successful. Marking complete. The Terminator. Rinziling. Padash. After the pink colloid reached its limit, it broke naturally, so the chewing gum stuck in Nero's mouth. This thing had completely lost its taste after being chewed by her. She lay on a large rock, using her hands as a pillow. She stared blankly at the sky that was covered by a thick fog. The silent environment even made her feel drowsy. However, she seemed to feel something and sat up all of a sudden. Not far away, the club's boss was walking slowly down the mountain road. "Hey, boss. Let's go and complete Miss Zijuan's commission first." Luaccio smiled slightly. After a period of recuperation, Su Zijuan woke up. After waking up, the rich woman only felt dizzy, as if her body was hollowed out. She lay on the bed. It was already night time. At night, as a Ba, she could always be more energetic. Her body naturally absorbed the wandering yin qi in the air. Su Zijuan's drained spirit was gradually replenished. Long Shirwa was lying on the bed, perhaps because she was too tired. Even when Su Zijuan woke up, Long Shirwa still didn't notice it. At this time, there was a slight knock on the door. It was Chichikamaya who came in. "Princess, you're awake." Chichikamaya was quite happy walking quickly. Su Zijuan gestured for Chichikamaya to be quiet. She pointed at Long Shirwa, who was lying on the bed sleeping, and then pointed outside. Chichikamaya quickly understood and left the room, quietly. Su Zijuan looked at Long Shirwa's face, frowned, and snorted lightly. Then she got off the bed and walked out of the door. But the moment the door closed, the bed sheet naturally floated up and covered Long Shiro's body. In the corridor, Su Zijuan and Chichi Kamaya's footsteps slowly sounded. Su Zijuan came to the place she destroyed. Seeing that half of the villa had disappeared, she couldn't help but frown. Actually, I quite like this villa. Princess, don't worry. I'll ask someone to repair it later. Chichi Kamaya comforted her. There's no need. Su Zijuan shook her head and said, it's broken. Even if it's repaired, it can't hide the fact that it was destroyed by me. When there's nothing else, you can ask someone to tear it down. I won't come here again. Chichi Kamaya nodded silently. Su Zijuan slowly sighed and adjusted her spirit. Then she looked at Chichi Kamaya and asked, what did you find out about the Shenyuan Palace? Chichi Kamaya quickly said, Princess, according to the message, the guards in the secret treasure hall didn't know about the Four Seasons glazed book, and there was no record of it being lent. I suspect that the Four Seasons glazed book may have been secretly taken out of the secret treasure hall. As for the person who took it out, it's very likely to be Gong Sun Shiu. After all, before we got lost in the Penglai treasure hall, he had already come here and met Lord Long once. Su Zijuan frowned and said, are you saying that Gong Sun Shiu and Tianqin Generation 71 colluded with each other? Chichi Kamaya said seriously, I can't rule out this possibility. As for whether there are other secrets, I don't know for now. Qian and Kuin have always been friendly on the surface, but actually they don't get along well. Our people in the palace have taken a lot of risks to get this information. Su Zijuan snorted coldly and said, humph! Those old guys from the Gong Sun family only know how to take advantage of their seniority. If it weren't for the fact that I can't stand those old guys pointing fingers at me, I wouldn't have the time to run away from home. After a while, I'll really have to go back and drag those old guys out to beat them up. Only then will they behave themselves. Chichi Kamaya pretended that he didn't hear anything. Su Zijuan sighed. Can you find Gong Sun Shiu's whereabouts now? Chichi Kamaya shook his head. I can't, but according to the report, it seems that a group of young warriors from the Qian tribe quietly left the Shenyuan Palace and came to the vicinity of Mount Tai. Currently, my people are monitoring them. Also, there's another matter that's more urgent. What is it? Su Zijuan frowned. Chichi Kamaya said solemnly, the thick fog this time has caused panic in the entire country. I'm afraid that the country can't cover it up with ordinary excuses. Also, all the scholars from the administration have come out in full force this time. I'm afraid that after this, the imperial court will extend their butcher's knife to the entire Dao demon realm. After all, Su Zijuan snorted coldly and said, after all, these idiots actually dared to sacrifice 1 million people. They deserve to die. Princess, this matter still needs to be separated. Chichi Kamaya frowned and said, if it really leads to an all-out war, it might not be a good thing for our Shenyuan Palace. But for me, it might not be a bad thing. Su Zijuan sneered. Chichi Kamaya, I order you to take back Long Shiroa's turtle pearl. I won't allow you to use any method to borrow the turtle pearl. Do you hear me? Princess, aren't you making things difficult for me? Chichi Kamaya's face instantly turned bitter. Making things difficult? Su Zijuan chuckled. You're feeling troubled just because I took away the turtle pearl? What if I let you imprison her? Princess, you're joking, right? Chichi Kamaya instantly broke out in cold sweat. Imprison Long Shiro. Chapter 1133. An angry voice came from the basement. Long Shiro, who woke up to find herself trapped in this place, quickly realized her situation. However, no matter how much she cursed, she couldn't make Chichi Kamaya open the basement door. Lord Long, there's some medicine on the table that this old man made. You should rest here for the time being. Chichi Kamaya, was this your idea? Master Long, please don't ask. This old man was prepared to be captured by you and made into a stew of despair. That's why I locked you in here. Don't waste your energy. Rest well. I'm leaving. Chichi Kamaya. But this time there was no response. Long Shira looked at the basement. Although it was a basement, the layout was no different from a suite. It had everything. It was so exquisite that she had the urge to smash everything. But this kind of destruction wouldn't help. Long Shira quickly calmed down. She knew that there was a pair of eyes secretly observing her. Girl, I'm telling you, don't mess around. Do you hear me? Su Zijuan, do you hear me? Su Zijuan. Zijuan. It was empty, and there was a warm bowl of medicine on the table. Long Shiro leaned against the door dejectedly. Xiao Xingma was brought to Su Zijuan. The ghost city lord had lived for a long time and had a high status in the demon realm, so he knew a lot about the Xianyuan palace. I heard that Tian Xian's 70th generation wasn't completely dead yet and was saved by you? Xiao Xingma looked at Su Zijuan, who was sitting on the seat. Because of her petite figure, the big chair made her look smaller. But this was the princess of the Xianyuan royal family. In the divine land, the dragon monarch was the pinnacle of all beings. Then, below the dragon monarch was the Xianyuan royal family. If one were to really calculate, the present Dao Yao was only at the third tier of the divine land's extraordinary power system. Greetings, Princess Xianyuan. The sound of the flute was neither humble nor overbearing. It slowly said, the last time I saw the princess, it was the princess's 700th birthday. In the blink of an eye, 100 years have passed. The princess is still as graceful as ever. I heard that Tian Xian Generation 70 is still alive? Su Zijuan was expressionless. This was the second time she had asked the same question. She even added, don't hide it. I have something to ask him. Xiao, Xing pondered for a moment. In the end, he took out the 10,000 ghost tower and took out the Heaven's Heart 70th generation. A gray mist emerged from the 10,000 ghost pagoda in silent Zhao's hand. Not long after, a dusky figure appeared in front of everyone. It did not look solid, as if it would disappear at any moment. Chichi Kamaya, Ghost Child, you two go out first. At this time, Su Zijuan crossed her legs under the table. City Lord Xiao, please go outside. I want to have a good talk with the 70th generation. At this time, Xiao Xing said, Your Highness, Mr. Tian Xian's soul power is very weak. He needs to be nourished by the 10,000 ghosts pagoda at all times. When he is about to die, I will call you. Su Zijuan said indifferently, What? Do you think I can't even see if he can hold on? City Master Xiao, I'll have to trouble you to wait outside. That dusky figure, Sky Heart 70, slowly shook his head. Xiao Sheng could only nod. Then he left with Chichi Kamaya and Ghost Child. After they left, Su Zijuan looked at the figure in front of her. Tian Xian Generation 70, everyone, including me, thought that you had died in the fiendish dragon calamity. Those fellows who were saved because of you were so grateful that they almost made you a god. I didn't expect you to hide. In the blink of an eye, several decades have passed. You people from the Cotton Clothes sect are really powerful. Every one of you can cause trouble for Kelowna. You might as well change your name. Don't call yourself the Cotton Clothes sect, just call yourself the Lozi sect. After not seeing you for 100 years, Princess is still so unreasonable. Tian Xian Generation 70 bitterly smiled and shook his head. Last time, the sinner Qing Xiaozi should have been executed. However, you protected him and Xianyuan Palace decided to expel him. Su Zijuan coldly snorted. This time he is still the successor of your Cotton Clothes sect. What else can you use to protect him? Nothing. Tian Xian Generation 70's expression was bitter. Kelowna's transcendent factions were more complicated. There were 3 factions. Shinryu was an existence that balanced the 3 factions. As for the Taoists and demons, they had their own sects and clans. For thousands of years, the human race had been weak. When the age of chaos came, the human race flourished. Only then did the human race rise. But back then, when the Taoists and demons were rampant, the weak human race still had a place. Other than the human race having many talents, it was also because of Xian Yuan Palace's support. Xian Yuan Palace had always been the protector of the human race. However, Xian Yuan Palace was protecting the human race and not a certain dynasty. As for the administration, it was a special organization that was established step by step after Xen was established. It could be said that it truly belonged to the human race, or it could be said that it was the power of Xen to deal with transcendence. Xian Yuan Palace, Taoists and demons. The three factions were balanced. Among them, Xian Yuan Palace was the strongest. Back then, when Qing Xiaozi attracted the dragon fiend, not only did both Taoists and demons suffer heavy losses, it even caused a huge loss of life. Because of Tian Xian Generation 70's face and friendship, the Taoists barely spared Qing Xiaozi's life. On the other hand, Xian Yuan Palace pardoned Qing Xiaozi's death because Tian Xian Generation 70 sacrificed himself to save the common people. It's good that you know. Su Zijuan coldly smiled. Now your sect members have already crazily slaughtered millions of people to refine some kind of evil magic tool. This kind of crime, even if you sacrifice yourself again, it won't be enough to be pardoned. Do you understand? What does princess mean? Tian Xian Generation 70 seemed to have realized something, or rather, from the start of the conversation, he had already guessed something. The Cotton sect is too troublesome, Su Zijuan indifferently said. After this matter, your inheritance will be broken, including Qing Xiaozi, who was released back then. I will also send people to get his cultivation back. At this moment, Tian Xian Generation 70 seemed to have weakened several times in an instant. He was silent. Su Zijuan leaned back. Don't tell me that your Cotton sect's destiny is to protect Kelowna from foreign invaders. The foreign invaders that you have painstakingly guarded are probably already dead by now. In the future, there will no longer be a Penglai. Your so-called destiny is also over. You know that, right? Heavens will 70th sighed and nodded silently. Su Zijuan stood up. You can say that I am overbearing, but you, Tian Xian Generation 70, should know what I am. If you push me too far, no one will have a good ending. I also don't want to casually go to that step. Killing God Xian Yuan is the sword of the common people. Don't give me a chance to truly pull it out. You should know that with the transcendence of this era, there are not many who can block its sword. Don't have extravagant hopes that Shinryu can save the entire transcendence. Shinryu originally only protected the entire Kelowna. Now it is only because he is too idle that he cares about this and that. Right now, Kelowna's will is on the side of the human race. Once killing God Xian Yuan conforms to the will of the people, Kelowna's dragon vein will naturally give way. Everything. Tian Xian Generation 70 bowed deeply. Princess, please do as you wish. Okay, you can go back. Su Zijuan waved her hand. Walking out of Su Zijuan's room, Tian Xian Generation 70 quickly found Xiao Xingma. At this time, Xiao Xingma was sitting cross-legged in the room, continuously absorbing the ghost energy in the 1,000 Ghost Pagoda. Mr. Tian Xian, are you all right? Seeing Tian Xian Generation 70 come back, Xiao Xingma hurriedly stood up to greet him. That imperial princess, did she make things difficult for you? Tian Xian Generation 70 shook his head. There's no such thing as making things difficult or not. Ever since Xian Yuan Palace's mission was established, it has never changed. We are just doing what we think is right. Seems like the situation is not optimistic. Xiao Xingma frowned. Tian Xian Generation 70 said seriously, City Lord Xiao, thank you for saving my life back then. But this old man still has a matter that I need your help with. I don't know if you can agree. Xiao Xingma said, these past few decades, although Mr. has not left the 1,000 Ghost Pagoda, you have guided this Xiao to transform Ghost City, greatly alleviating the sufferings. I am unable to repay Mister's kindness to the ghost city. If there is anything, just tell me. Tian Xian Generation 70 walked to Xiao Xingma's side and whispered something. Xiao Xingma listened seriously and frowned, but he did not hesitate for long before nodding. Don't worry, mister. This Xiao will definitely do it well. Tianxin 70 sighed. If things can't be done, then just give up. It's already rare and precious to be able to do your best. Xiao Xingma did not say anything. Tian Xn Generation 70 said slowly, in that case, let this old man return to the 1,000-ghost pagoda. City Lord Xiao has always asked this old man to look for a person. For many years, this old man has not found anything. But this time on Penglai, there seems to be some clues. Let this old man do a good divination. This is true. Xiao Xingma's face suddenly became excited. Tian Xian Generation 70 shook his head. City Lord Xiao, the person you asked this old man to look for seems to be covered by the mysteries of heaven. Hazy and unclear. I can only try my best. No matter what, this Xiao thanks mister for your kindness. At the entrance to the cave, 2 youths welcomed them. One of the youths had a broken wrist. His face was pale and somewhat clean. As for the other, his face was faintly emitting a kind of evil aura. Gongsun Shiyu and Gongsun Jishui. When the 2 of them approached the entrance, 2 black-clothed, bronze-masked men rushed out of the cave. Seeing that it was Gongsun Shiyu and Gongsun Jishui, these 2 black-clothed people quickly let down their guard. One of them cupped his fists and said, Young Master Gongsun is back. It seems that the matter entrusted to you by his honor has been completed. Gongsun Shiyu said indifferently, Where is Lai Kaixing? Is he hiding inside? The 2 black-clothed people frowned inwardly, secretly looking at each other. This Gongsun Shiyu seemed to be somewhat strange. But Gongsuin's identity was different from theirs. He was more of his honor's collaborator. His honor is inside. That black-clothed person nodded. Currently, his honor is refining the million-life soul pearl with all his might. It is very important and cannot be easily disturbed. Cannot be disturbed. Gongsun Shiyu suddenly smiled evilly. What a coincidence! I came here specifically to disturb him. Seeing that Gongsun Shiyu's face was full of evil aura, the 2 black-clothed people were startled. Gongsun Shiyu suddenly rushed forward. These 2 black-clothed people were also experts. They immediately reacted and shouted, Back off! The ones who should back off are you 2. Gongsun Shiyu laughed strangely at this moment. His movements were extremely fast, to the extent that the 2 black-clothed people didn't even have time to react. He had already grabbed their heads with 1 hand each. The moment they were grabbed, these 2 black-clothed people immediately let out miserable cries. The strange red and black fog on Gongsun Shiyu's body suddenly rolled, completely engulfing these 2 black-clothed people. One demon, the vitality is not bad. Gongsun Shiyu laughed sinisterly. It is just right to fill my stomach. In just a short moment, the 2 black-clothed people's bodies had already withered. They fell to the ground. Gongsun Shishui behind Gongsun Shiyu glanced casually, frowned, but didn't say anything. At this moment, Gongsun Shiyu walked into the cave with large strides. Just as he walked in, there were already 7 black-clothed people blocking in front of him. This made Gongsun Shiyu's eyes even more evil. The red and black light on his body suddenly shone brightly. But at this moment, from the depths of the cave, a clear voice rang out. All of you back off, let him in. The 7 black-clothed people didn't hesitate, quickly moving to the side. Gongsun Shiyu chuckled, slowly walking in under everyone's gaze. At this moment, in the depths of the cave, on that huge altar, Lai Kaixing slowly opened his eyes. But at this moment, a figure flashed in front of him. Surprisingly, it was Gongsun Shiyu. Lai Kaixing sized up Gongsun Shiyu, his expression calm and indifferent. It seems that even the descendant of Gongsun with the Yellow Emperor's bloodline can't resist the corrosion of the evil dragon. Stop pretending. Gongsun, Shiyu sneered. You originally didn't have good intentions when you handed over the evil dragon pearl. You want to use the Yellow Emperor's power to suppress me and use my power for your own use? I can only say that you chose the wrong person. Success, failure, there are only two sides, two results. Lai Kaixing shook his head, slowly stood up, and smiled faintly. This is more reassuring than the unknown. Humph! Gongsun Shiyu snorted, then said with an evil smile, I won't waste words with you. Since I crawled back from hell, I'll take back the debt from back then with interest. You want to use the million-life soul pearl you refined as a medium for the spirit energy of the earth? That's too wasteful. Just let me eat it. Saying this, Gongsun Shiyu's arm shot out like lightning. Lai Kaixing didn't seem to have time to react. His neck was instantly grabbed by Gongsun Shiyu. Chapter 1134. Lai Caixing's lips twitched as if he wanted to say something, but Gongsun Shiyu's hand was like an iron clamp, almost crushing his throat bone. Crack! Gongsun Shiyu suddenly exerted force, and Lai Caixing's neck lost its support. His head drooped down. The answer is, no matter what you calculate, I'll kill you. Gongsun Shiyu sneered and threw Lai Kaixing to the ground. You killed him. Behind him, Gongsun Shishui stepped onto the altar and saw Lai Kaixing lying motionless on the ground. His expression changed slightly. Gongsun Shiyu sneered, no one can't be killed. This was out of Gongsun Shishui's expectation. Lai Kaixing was one of the leaders of the World Essence Recovery Plan, but he was killed at this critical moment. What did this mean? Everything didn't go according to plan, and there were always so many variables. But if you kill him, then there will be no one to preside over the final step. If the Ling Qi of the earth can't be restored in the end, then won't everything be in vain? Gongsun Zhishui couldn't help but frown. Gongsun Shiyu didn't choose to kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept him here. Gongsun Shishui asked this question because he was really confused about the future chaos, and at the same time he was testing Gongsun Shiyu's bottom line. Naive. Do you really think that no one in this world can recover the world essence except for the cloth sect? Gongsun Shiyu sneered. Gongsun Shishui opened his mouth in astonishment. Gongsun Shiyu walked to the crystal pillar on the altar. What was sealed in the crystal pillar was the hope of the dragon vein transforming into a dragon. Gongsun Shiyu lightly pressed his hand on the crystal pillar and sneered, You mortals want to open the world essence, so you have to break a gap from the outside to the inside. But for us, it's much simpler. You said, Us? Gongsun Shishui's pupils constricted. Gongsun Shiyu's expression became more and more strange. At this moment, those black-clothed people in the karst cave finally realized that Lai Kaixing was killed on the altar. Lord is dead. Gongsun Shiyu killed Lord. What happened? Dozens of black-clothed men rushed out. They swarmed onto the altar from all directions, glaring furiously at Gongsun Shiyu and Gongsun Zhishui. Gongsun Zhishui couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat as he watched the aura of the dozens of black-clothed men rise crazily. These were all old monsters who had no hope of advancing and were on the verge of despair. They had been persuaded by Lai Kaixing and had been planning for the great cause of the spirit aura recovery. Every one of them was even prepared to sacrifice themselves. But at this moment, Lai Kaixing had died in front of them, which was equivalent to completely destroying their only hope. At this moment, Gongsun Shiyu snorted coldly. What are you going crazy for? You have exhausted your potential, and your lifespan is about to come to an end. All you want is to recover your spirit energy and redeem your past regrets. Then, as long as you can recover your spirit energy, what difference does it make who your lord is? Don't think that only Lai Kaixing can do it. Besides, Gongsun Shiyu changed the topic and waved his arm. A gust of wind blew towards Lai Caixing's corpse and turned it over. This guy isn't the real Lai Caixing. He's just a scapegoat. A red and black mist flashed across Lai Caixing's face. After that, Lai Caixing's cheeks seemed to be corroded. Decayed substances began to peel off from his face. After that, a different face appeared. Isn't this old man Tianchi from Changbai Mountain? How can it be him? Someone among the black-clothed men recognized this person. Didn't he use up his lifespan 10 years ago and pass away? I saw him pass away with my own eyes. Impossible. The plain-clothed path has plenty of ways to prolong one's life. Gong's son Shiyu sneered. You idiots. Lai Caixing wanted to forcefully reverse the general trend of humanity. He didn't just offend the human race. He also offended the will of Kelowna. Do you think he would so easily expose himself to the storm? The black-clothed men fell silent. Gong's son Shiyu roared with laughter. What? Do you feel like you've been deceived? I can tell you very responsibly that he's not a good person at all. Opening up the world's qi and allowing it to recover might not be what he said. He didn't want to regain the glory of Kelowna's Taoists. Following Gong's son Shiyu's words, the black-clothed men's aura began to weaken. Only I can help you. Gong's son Shiyu laughed and slammed his palm down on the altar. In the blink of an eye, the entire altar cracked open, revealing the boiling hot furnace inside. In a split second, dense spiritual energy and life energy crazily gushed out from the crack. Inside the furnace, dozens of soul-generating pearls were arranged in a circle. They flickered and spat out endless life force. Gong's son Shiyu waved his hand, and the erupting life force and spiritual qi split into dozens of streams that rushed into the black-clothed men's bodies. Under the nourishment of this dense life force, they suddenly realized that their lifespans that had reached the end were recovering bit by bit, or in other words, increasing their lifespans. Now, I'll grant each of you 5 years of life. Gong's son Shiyu said casually, Do you see that? It's that simple. You don't have to sacrifice yourselves. The black-clothed men looked at each other in dismay. Under the effect of the life-prolonging technique, those who had already made up their minds were like a joke at this moment, collapsing to a point that even they themselves did not expect. Now, protect me and help me absorb the energy of millions of souls. Gong's son Shiyu said solemnly, When I recover, I'll open up the world's spiritual veins and grant you immortality. Greetings, my lord. Dozens of black-clothed men said in unison and bowed deeply at the same time. Gong's son Shui watched all of this silently. While he found it laughable, he also felt relieved. Now that Gong's son Shiyu had the power to dominate everyone, he naturally had the ability to change everything according to his will. When one's power was strong enough, there was no need for too much planning. Perhaps this was what Gong's son Shiyu was pursuing, but unfortunately the current him was no longer the original him. Greetings, my lord. Gong's son Shui also let out a long sigh and slowly lowered his head. Gong's son Shui, I want you to stop the Four Seasons glazed book and open up the area within 100 miles of Mount Tai. Gong's son Shiyu's voice echoed in the cave. I want all the Tao demons of Kelowna to come and witness this grand moment together. As he said this, Gong's son Shiyu laughed wildly and entered the crack in the altar, walking into the furnace. Surging life, force energy, crazily surged into his limbs and bones, and the strange expression on his face became more and more intense. Shinryu, oh Shinryu, are you still not planning to come out? I'm looking forward to devouring you. Crouching Dragon Mountain Villa. The thick fog that shrouded the Crouching Dragon Mountain Villa slowly receded. The sun was scorching at noon, and it was still winter, but the mountain villa that hadn't seen sunlight for nearly a month now seemed to have some warmth. The long-awaited sunlight made all the Tao demons in the villa walk out of their rooms and look at the clear blue sky, but none of them were happy. because this strange change seemed to be an omen of something. In another courtyard, Fire Cloud, evil god, woke up from his meditation and walked out of the courtyard. He looked up at the sky and frowned at this moment. He heard footsteps behind him. He hurriedly turned around and saw Mr. Blind walking out of the essence room with a tired expression and a face as pale as paper. Blind? Fire Cloud, evil god, quickly walked to Mr. Blind's side and grabbed his arm, injecting a gentle strand of true energy into him. Is there a result? The pilgrimage platform. Mr. Blind said solemnly, "We must erect the 7th jade dragon pillar before midnight tonight. Midnight is the best time to activate this array. If we really want to activate the Earth Spirit vein, we must choose the right time. Midnight tonight." Fire Cloud, evil god, frowned. This was too much of a rush, because there were at most 12 hours to midnight, although Crouching Dragon Villa was built at the foot of Mount Tai, and it would not take long to reach the pilgrimage platform. There was only half a day left. It was not enough for the scattered people in Crouching Dragon Villa to gather. Yen Xiaoxi's persuasion did not have much effect, as all the Tao demons looked listless. The 2nd of February, the dragon rises. This is the time when the earth veins are most active every year. Mr. Blind said seriously, "If the earth vein shackles are activated tonight, the earth vein spirit energy in Kelowna will transform into the dragon rises, and with the array's effect, the earth vein shackles will be completely broken." Fire Cloud, evil god, frowned, because this blind man before him did not seem to be simply worried about the revival of spirit energy. "Blind, is there something you haven't said?" Mr. Blind sighed slowly. "Old man, if the spirit energy can really be revived, that is a matter for the future. But when the earth spirit veins begin to awaken, and the earth's spirit energy can really break through the earth vein shackles, the first thing it brings is not hope, but despair." "Why do you say that?" Mr. Blind sighed. "Do you know when the decline of the Tao demons began? It is said that it started 1,000 years ago." Fire Cloud, evil god, frowned. 1,000 years ago, the decline of the heaven and earth spirit energy began to plummet. It is a huge blow to you Tao demons. But to us martial cultivators, it does not affect us much. Mr. Blind said, 1,000 years ago, this is a more direct situation, and it is also a situation that the Tao demons can truly sense. But in fact, the spirit energy has always been declining. 1,000 years ago is just a clear dividing line. The true decline of the heaven and earth's spirit energy probably began in the Great Qin Empire. What happened? In the past, the first emperor swept through the 6 countries and unified the Central Plains. At the same time, he vanquished the demons. After that, in order to restrain the development of the Tao demons, the first emperor used 1,000 years of the Great Qin Empire's national destiny as the price and combined the power of the stars in the sky to create a massive seal. This seal took 1,000 years to complete itself. Then, from 1,000 years ago, it was officially activated and began to gather the heaven and earth's spirit energy, bit by bit. Until now, the heaven and earth spirit energy has become so thin. Mr. Blind laughed bitterly. Actually, in less than 100 years, the heaven and earth spirit energy will be completely sealed. At that time, the Tao demons will no longer be able to obtain any trace of spirit energy from the heaven and earth. There will no longer be any cultivators in the world, and no demons will be able to break through the shackles of the heaven and earth and be born. The rest will only be eroded by time and slowly die. There will no longer be any Tao demons in this world. This was the first time Fire Cloud, evil god, had heard of a 1,000 years old secret. Perhaps only a sect like the cloth-clothed sect that had existed for countless years would know of such a secret. At this moment, even he, the #1 expert of the human race, did not dare to listen as he broke out in cold sweat. After a long time, the first emperor, Fire Cloud, evil god, slowly exhaled. The emperor of the ages, As expected of the Emperor of the Ages, he actually dared to use 1,000 years of the Great Qin Empire's national destiny just to exterminate the Tao demons. No wonder the Great Qin Empire only had a few short decades. What a ruthless heart! What a great courage! Mr. Blind said at this moment, "This spirit energy has already been sealed in the earth for too long. For 2,000 years, the spirit energy has been squeezed into the earth. Once it breaks through the shackles this time and rushes into the sky, do you know what kind of consequences it will bring?" Fire cloud, evil god frowned. The accumulation rebound. Mr. Blind nodded heavily. The moment the seal is broken, this enormous spirit energy will wash away everything. I can't calculate the specific range, but it will at least exceed 700 kilometers. Within this range, from the inside to the outside, from the strong to the weak, all living beings in the range will have to bear the impact of this enormous spirit energy. Old man, pure oxygen is poison. Pure spirit energy is also poison. If the spirit energy is too pure, even Tao demons with weaker cultivation cannot absorb it. They will explode and die at any time, not to mention those mortals. Once the spirit energy recovers, I'm afraid the first thing it will do is plunge all living beings into misery and suffering. The land of China was vast, and 700 kilometers was not very large. But if 700 kilometers was the minimum, moreover, Mount Tai was only 400 to 500 kilometers away from the capital. If the spirit energy shockwave spread to the capital, Blind, Fire Cloud, evil god, suddenly laughed bitterly at this moment. I suddenly have the impulse to make this spirit energy recovery succeed. This gave Mr. Blind a great fright. He did not know what this old man had suddenly gone crazy. Fire Cloud, evil god, said faintly at this moment, "If it doesn't succeed, I'm afraid you Tao demons won't be able to take the blame. I won't let you walk out of Kelowna." Mr. Blind laughed bitterly and did not say anything. He just silently took out a bag of golden needles, and then used Qi to control the needles. The golden needles rushed out in an instant, and then pierced into the acupoints of his body, and then directly entered his body. Blind, you! His face instantly became rosy, and he became full of energy. At the same time, a terrifying and fierce wave of mana surged and erupted from Mr. Blind's body. The huge impact even made Fire Cloud, evil god's cheek shake because of it. Mr. Blind's eyes slowly opened. At this moment, he could really see the colors around him. No need. Mr. Blind shook his head. I won't live until tomorrow's sunrise. Chapter 1135. In the beginning, the agency wasn't powerful. In fact, it was only a small department with less than 10 people and some scattered Taoist and demon members serving in the army. At first, they were only responsible for registering the information of the various Taoist sects and demon members in Kelowna. Its development had to be traced back to the calamity of draconic fiends decades ago. It was precisely because they had witnessed the destructive power of the reckless extraordinary against reality that huge sums of funds and reddened documents began to emerge from the highest places. Decades had passed, and this team of humans that had less than 10 clerks had now grown into an organization with thousands of members, and this did not include the huge logistics team behind it. Every province and every provincial capital had a hidden branch of the agency. A large number of talents quickly gathered under the full operation of the country's machine. By the time the Taoist sects and demon clans reacted, the agency had already grown into a colossus. Even the Kelowna Shinryu had an idle position as a senior advisor in the agency. Of course, even if it was an idle position, its deterrence effect was still quite effective. However, the Kelowna Shinryu was only a borrowed force. It was a bargaining chip used to balance the three sides. No matter how powerful she was, her purpose and mission meant that she couldn't be too biased towards any side. Although humans had this super weapon that could destroy the world, it couldn't be used easily. On the other hand, the Taoist demons had extremely powerful individual combat ability. High-end combat ability had always been the agency's shortcoming. This passive situation was only broken by the appearance of a man. He was the evil god of freight who was known as the strongest human male in the world. He was the unparalleled Nation Knight. Until now, the agency had a total of 4 Nation Knights. Now, apart from the Fire Cloud evil god, the other 3 Nation Knights had also arrived at the Crouching Dragon Villa. As the guards of the country's highest leader, they were constantly guarding the source of the country's peace and stability. Their arrival was also quiet. Of course, some of the capable Tao demons might have sensed something. But so what? After all, there wasn't much time left for everyone. The evil god of Fire Cloud was the most powerful of the 4 Kingdom Knights of the agency. However, under certain circumstances, the evil god of Fire Cloud might be defeated by the combined forces of the other 3 Kingdom Knights. That was because the other 3 Kingdom Knights were humans who possessed powerful spiritual powers and were born with inconceivable supernatural abilities. 2 men and 1 woman. Fire Cloud, evil god Fire Cloud, and Yen Xiaoxi quietly received them. I didn't expect you guys to come as well. Looking at the 3 people in front of him, the evil god of Fire Cloud, who had been frowning all morning, had a rare smile on his face. Originally, we were about to depart, but you came in time. There were 2 men and 1 woman. They looked to be in their 30s or 40s. That woman looked the youngest, in her early 30s, but in reality, she was already 70 years old. The reason why she still looked young was not because she had a spell to retain her youthful appearance, but because her metabolism was several times faster than ordinary people. She also had the ability to accelerate the metabolism of others. The Kingdom Knight Fairy Doctor had superb medical skills and was extremely good at using all kinds of poisons. Born in the ancient land of Miaojiang, she was born with the strange ability to make withered trees come back to life. Bihua, the man opposite the Fairy Doctor, nicknamed Soldier King, was called Luo Kai. He was born in the Special Forces. Before becoming a Kingdom Knight, he had successfully completed more than 200 dangerous missions. He had the supernatural ability to freeze and could instantly create an environment of minus 196 degrees. The last man did not have high physical strength, but his brain was unusually developed. He was a telekinesis master called Lan Bo. In addition, Dr. Zhao, who was in charge of technical support in the agency, was also pulled into this short meeting. With the 4 Kingdom Knights gathered, Yen Xiaoxi could only stand aside and listen to their conversation carefully. I feel that we have gathered as much manpower as possible. I estimate that we can all gather before tomorrow morning at the earliest. Soldier King Luo Kai was serious. The 3 of us came first. In addition, I also brought a group of elites with me. We have enough equipment. Bihua nodded at this time, looked at Fire Cloud, evil god, and said, "You can use your full strength. It doesn't matter even if you break your arms and legs. I will fix them for you." Fire Cloud, evil god, immediately stared at this woman, although he trusted this old woman's medical skills, who would want to break their arms and legs for no reason. It's too late. Fire Cloud, evil god, shook his head. We must act tonight, or else. Mr. Blind's speculation at this time slowly came out from Fire Cloud, evil god's mouth. The 3 Kingdom Knights frowned. Their faces were solemn, and their breathing slightly heavy. Everyone, Chief Number 1 has approved me to bring this thing. The oldest and also the most stable telekinesis, Master Lan Bo, slowly took out a box. Dr. Zhao, your previous proposal has also been approved. But now that time is so tight, I wonder if you can make that thing? Dr. Zhao revealed an expression of ecstasy, and as if he had obtained a treasure, he directly snatched the box from Master Lan Bo's hands. He couldn't wait to open it, and immediately a strange purple light shot out. It actually had a soul-stirring beauty. What was contained inside was a fist-sized crystal that looked like a mother crystal. Fallen God, Origin Stone. Can this thing really be used? Dr. Zhao's voice was trembling at this time. More than 2,000 years ago, according to ancient records, there were 2 meteorites that hit the Earth. One fell on the northern prairie and mysteriously disappeared, while the other was found by someone and passed down all the way. It is this fallen god origin stone. Every material of the fallen god bullet is very precious, but the rarest is the main material, the meteorite crystal. All the meteorite bullets, as long as its powder is added, can directly burn spiritual power and Yao power. If all of this origin stone is used, is it really for me to use? There is only one of this origin stone. Master Lan Bo said, although this thing is precious, it may be the only one in the world. But no matter how precious it is, it can't be compared with ordinary people. If the country's foundation is shaken, it's meaningless to guard these dead things. Dr. Zhao, just let it go. I only hope that you won't fail. Won't fail, won't fail. Dr. Zhao shivered. His lips were also trembling. You don't know how many times I've used the computer to simulate it. Then it's decided. As the first national scholar, Firecloud, evil god, gave orders at this time to show his authority as the first national scholar. Dr. Zhao, you stay in the upper mountain villa and make the thing as soon as possible. After half an hour, all the people will go out. Tonight, let's go all out. Almost everyone was packing up. The emergency notice had been sent out. Momo looked at the clear Mount Tai, the people of the administration, the people of Taoism, and the monster race who were busy shuttling in the Wulong villa. Suddenly, he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. He remembered that it was only 1 year ago when he went down the mountain. At that time, he had learned a lot and traveled down the mountain, killing some evil monsters and driving away some malicious ghosts. It wasn't thrilling, but it was the happiest time for him. Taoist master Taoism of Dragon Tiger Mountain should be like this. It should be like this. Those days were truly the happiest days of his life. Even though he had only been reminiscing about the past 20 years of cultivation with his master, Long River Taoist, on Mount Longhu, this short journey of slaying demons was truly the most fulfilling and happiest days of his life. Cultivation should be like this. Shouldn't it be like this? But now it was strange, wasn't it? In the hurried crowd, Momo saw Yan Xiaoxi, who was giving orders. He walked over subconsciously. Time was pressing, and Yan Xiaoxi didn't want to waste too much time with Momo. At first, she kept Momo only because she could find a breakthrough from him. But now, even if Momo still had such a possibility, it seemed to be useless. Tonight, Tian Xian's 71 generation would officially push Kelowna into an abyss. Section Chief Yan. What can I do? Momo took a deep breath, asking sincerely. Yan Xiaoxi answered quickly. You can stay here and take care of your friends. Momo gave a start, saying subconsciously, I can also fight. Although I'm not strong, I can help. Yan Xiaoxi said indifferently, not strong? But you're not weak. At least among the younger generation. You're in the first echelon. But the next battle will be tough. We don't need unprepared forces. Prepared? Yan Xiaoxi said seriously, your eyes are full of hesitation. On the battlefield, we don't need hesitant people. Momo opened his mouth, but Yan Xiaoxi stuffed a set of equipment from the administration of administration into his hands. You can join the battle, but I hope you'll join after you've made up your mind, and I hope you can make it. Saying this, Yan Xiaoxi walked away with big strides, because he didn't have much time. He still needed to negotiate with the 100 Tribulation Taoist and the few old monsters of the spirit beasts for the last time. Momo held the set of equipment in his hands, walking alone in crouching Dragon Villa. He didn't remember when those people were ready. His footsteps were messy like a flood, rushing out of the gate of the villa at some point, until it became extremely quiet here. Even the sound of leaves rustling was so clear. In the end, I didn't do anything. Momo smiled bitterly. He once wanted to know the truth, but was rejected by that senior because he wasn't ready. He planned to join the battle, but Yan Xiaoxi also rejected him because he wasn't ready. Why are you two still here? The last batch of people has gathered outside. At this moment, Momo heard a conversation in the corridor. He looked over subconsciously. It was the conversation of several agents from the administration of administration. We received the order to guard the prisoners, so we won't go. That man answered, there's a man in black captured by 100 Tribulation Taoist. But, to be honest, I'd rather join the battle. Guarding the prisoners is also important. That agent nodded, saying in a low voice, it's also great. Well, I'm leaving now. Good luck. Come back and drink with us. Okay, come back and drink with us. It was a simple farewell without any hesitation. Are they ready? Momo thought. The prisoner caught by 100 Tribulation Taoist. I've never seen him before. Momo walked over subconsciously. The two agents frowned when they saw Momo walking over. However, they hesitated when they saw the set of equipment in his hand. Who are you? Why haven't we seen you before? He was not like those Tao demons who had already made a name for themselves. He had just started his career less than a year ago. The administrative bureau might have his information, but not all the agents could memorize it. Moreover, there had been a lot of changes in personnel in the past few days. I'm Momo from Dragon Tiger Mountain. Momo. Oh, I remember. One of the agents nodded. Is the young man who was treated in the basement with you? Momo nodded. You don't even want to go? The other agent looked at him with surprise. It was easy to see Momo's wandering state. I wanted to go, but I was rejected. Momo smiled bitterly. Your section chief told me that we don't need unprepared people. Hesitant? Probably. Momo sighed with a complicated expression. I can't put it into words. Are you afraid? Momo shook his head, but suddenly said, Can I see the prisoner? Sorry. The two agents shook their heads at the same time. It's a serious criminal. We can't let you see him without permission. Go ahead. Okay. Momo nodded. The two agents let out a sigh of relief when they saw Momo was persuaded to leave. Then they went back to their posts, but at this moment, 2 yellow talismans were printed on their backs. The two of them lost consciousness and fell to the ground. At this moment, Momo turned around and came to them. Sorry, I just want to ask something. So he took a deep breath, pushing open the door with a special talisman seal, and walked in. The air in the pitch-dark room was rather stuffy. A sound was heard as the shoulder bone was locked by the Peepa Mountain lock. His hair was disheveled, and the ground was covered with sweat. The man seemed to have heard the sound. He slowly raised his head, and a horrible face appeared in front of Momo. He lost an eye and should have 2 horns on his head, but one of them was broken, leaving only one, and blood was spurting out from his mouth. You don't think you can get anything out of me. He looked at Momo with a hoarse voice. His remaining eye was emitting deep-seated hatred. Momo shook his head. I'm not from the administration. Then what are you doing here? He frowned. I also want to ask something. Momo took a deep breath, walking forward step by step. Why? What exactly do you hate? Is it really because the heavens and earth have restricted your development that you are so mad? Millions of souls. How could you do that? Why do you hate? Why are you so crazy? Ha 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 ha. He laughed crazily. The heaven and earth limited us, but if the heaven and earth really want to abandon us, we'll accept it. How many of us have given up and planned to spend the rest of our lives just to see the scenery of this world again? But, he widened his eyes, uttering a voice full of hatred. But, they shouldn't have captured my whole clan. They shouldn't have experimented on my clansmen. Do you know how my horn was broken? Do you know how I lost my eye? They dug out my inner core, studied my body, and did numerous experiments. My wife, my child, they were all cut open in front of me. Do you know how my child died? It had been drained of all its blood while it was still alive, because some of you wanted to cure the disease. For longevity. I'll never forget this hatred. If the heaven wanted to destroy us, we had no choice. We retreated again and again, just to prolong our lives. But if the man wanted to destroy us, We wouldn't obey. He struggled, crazily, trying to break free from the loot lock, like a wounded antelope. I'll never forget this hatred. If the heaven wanted to destroy us, we had no choice. We retreated again and again, just to prolong our lives. But if the man wanted to destroy us, we wouldn't obey. Chapter 1136. In the dimly lit room, the roaring demons remaining, I was covered in dense veins of blood. The color of blood was slowly seeping out from the depths of its eyes. Because of the tugging, the wound caused by the people lock kept bleeding. It looked like an evil ghost. Momo took half a step back subconsciously. Before he went down the mountain, his master, Long River Taoist, told him that there were not only beautiful things in the world, but also evil and dirty things that you couldn't imagine. You're scared. You're stepping back. The wounded monster grinned. You're ashamed of what you've done. You're hesitating. Momo lowered his head, quietly listening to the monster's mockery. After a long time, when the monster stopped panting due to tiredness, Momo said faintly, "Once upon a time, a predecessor told me that the coldest thing in the world is the human heart, but the warmest thing is also the human heart." The wounded monster was still panting, but the blood in its eyes didn't fade away. It stared at Momo as if that was its only weapon, sharp, terrifying, crazy, and fearless. Momo took in a deep breath, raising his head and looking at it. I believe the sentence is suitable for the monster race or Tao sect. Although this world is dark and dirty, it's mostly peaceful and tranquil. Most people don't have too much malice in their lives. You can say they're mediocre, but you can also say they're quiet. They have their country, laws, and morals. So the good is greater than the evil. I can understand your hatred, but I don't agree with you. I don't agree with your practice of sacrificing millions of people. Bullshit. The wounded monster roared. What do you understand? Is it your relatives who were cruelly killed in front of your eyes? Or they shed tears of blood in front of you, asking you to save them, but you couldn't do anything? Have you ever watched your own child starve to death before your eyes? No. What you said is bullshit. Bullshit. I don't need your approval. I have nowhere to vent my hatred. I've lived a peaceful life in the deep mountains and forests. I followed the rules of the three realms and restrained my clansmen from taking the initiative to step into the human world. What did I do wrong? Now, you still want to use your sense of justice and conscience to force it on me. You treated me cruelly, but you didn't allow me to take revenge. You eat the flesh of my clansmen, drink the blood of my children, but you don't allow me to kill, you don't allow me to be dissatisfied, and you only allow me to obey? Bullshit. One day, when the roles of man and demon are reversed, when I slaughter your loved ones and eat your flesh and blood, will you be able to smile at me? Do you dare to swear? You can do it. Momo, subconsciously, finally avoided his eyes. Scram, don't be a hypocrite. The monster gritted his teeth, pulling his body crazily, turning the chain of the pipa into a straight line. He came to the front of Momo, less than half an arm's distance. This was the limit. Brat, you don't know the sufferings of the human world. You don't know the evils of the human heart. You don't know our hatred. If you don't have the ability to eliminate all the injustice in the world, if you don't have the ability to eliminate all the evil in the world, you shouldn't be kind and shouldn't preach to others. If you can't do it, don't boast. Don't discuss me. Scram. In an instant, a crazy and ruthless aura spread out from his body. The dim room seemed to be filled with a face that had struggled out of the abyss. It was a face formed by countless crying, despairing, and empty gazes. Save me, don't kill me, father, sorrowful cry. Momo retreated in fright, instinctively retreating, until he got out of the room unconsciously, closing the door in a flurry. He stuck the seal with trembling hands, then knelt down on the ground weakly. scared. He hadn't seen the truth yet. Momo looked at the small piece of blue sky in the thick fog with hollow eyes. He suddenly realized why that senior said he wasn't ready yet. I was resisting from the bottom of my heart, right, senior? The door of the underground infirmary opened slowly. The young nurse, who hadn't had a good rest for a long time, was dozing off, but she woke up easily, hearing the sound. She slowly raised her head and saw Momo walking in silently. This Mr. Momo spent most of his time here accompanying the patients. Most of the time he would watch them for several hours without speaking much. He was a very quiet person, but his appearance should be quite sunny. Mr. Momo, do you want some hot tea? You don't look well. The young nurse came to Momo, bringing him a cup of hot tea. Momo looked at her silently. Her face wasn't delicate, but it looked very ordinary. Only her smile seemed to be infectious. Momo took it over subconsciously, putting his palm on the cup and holding it still. What's wrong? Seeing Momo holding the cup still, the young nurse couldn't help being curious. You have something on your mind. Are you worried about the things outside? Momo forced a smile, seeming to comfort this young girl who was working seriously. The young nurse stuck out her tongue. Actually, I'm scared too. I thought it would be safer to work in the infirmary, but I didn't expect to be in such a horrible place. Momo gave a start, looking at this young girl. He found her body was slightly trembling. This young girl didn't have any spiritual power wave, nor was she a martial artist. She was just an ordinary person. In this crouching Dragon Mountain villa, even if the Taoist and the powerful monster clan tried to hide their aura, they still released their aura unintentionally, making this place like a huge dye vat. How could a mortal bear with all kinds of powerful aura? Momo thought for a while, grabbing the young girl's wrist, shaking his head under her slightly flustered gaze. Relax! A warm current gushed out from her wrist and then spread throughout the little girl's body, making her feel warm. You can't stand it here with your body. Momo said softly, I'll help you clear some of the monster aura on your body, or you'll be sick in the future. Ah, thank you so much, Mr. Momo. The young nurse was pleasantly surprised because the warm aura made her feel much better. That's all I can do. Momo smiled bitterly, letting go of the young girl's wrist. That's not great. The little girl opened her eyes wide and said, Me? I never knew that there were so many powerful people in this world. There are even monsters and whatnot. After becoming a member of the administration, my worldview was totally changed. The young girl's face turned red. Momo smiled. Do you regret it now? Of course. The young girl shrugged. How can I not regret it? I don't dare to tell my family about it. Although it's a secret in the administration, I feel I'll be sick if I keep it to myself. Then you, Mr. Momo. The young girl suddenly grabbed Momo's arm forcefully. Her eyes didn't calm down because of the comfort. Instead, she became more panicked. Will we be okay? I haven't been home for a month, not even during the New Year. I can't contact my parents. They must be worried about me. Will we be okay? I want to go home so much. Can you take me away? You're a powerful cultivator, right? I saw Section Chief and was very polite to you. Mr. Momo, can I beg you? I don't want to stay here. Looking at her panic-stricken eyes, that trace of rosy complexion instantly paled once again. It turned out that she had long since reached the limit of what she could bear. What are you doing? Suddenly, the young girl held Momo's palm, pressing it on her chest. I can do anything, as long as you can take me away from here. It was incomparably soft to the touch. Momo had never touched this place before. I really can. The young girl stood on tiptoe, her trembling lips stuck on Momo's lips. It wasn't warm, it was a bit dry, but it was forceful. Her body was so close to him, and her hands were hugging him tightly. It was as if she wanted to squeeze his entire body into hers. She was so scared. I beg you, Momo subconsciously hugged her, his palm gently placed on her back, feeling her more obvious trembling. He spat out his magic power from his palm. The young girl was stunned, only feeling her eyes getting heavier. Finally, she fell into Momo's arms. He helped the young nurse to a chair at the side and put her down. Then he took a coat and put on her. If you don't have the ability to eliminate all the injustice in this world, if you don't have the ability to eliminate all the evil in this world, you don't need to be kind. What do you understand? Is it your family members who are cruelly killed in front of you, or they shed tears of blood in front of you, asking you to save them, but you can't do anything? Momo clenched his fists, then suddenly sat down cross-legged, forcing himself to enter the state of meditation. He gradually threw away all the troubles in his heart, leaving only one thought. Not long after, he felt as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. "Mr. Momo, are you calling me?" Finally, a voice rang in his ears. Momo slowly opened his eyes. This wasn't the place he had been to for several times. It was still the underground treatment room. However, the young girl in front of him and John Eyre, who was in the isolation ward, were gone. This place was like another place, a mirrored world. It was just him and the boss. I happened to be nearby. The boss's voice and smile could always calm people down. "Senior." Momo took in a deep breath, standing up. This time I want to know." "Really?" Luocho looked at Momo, asking with a faint smile. Momo shook his head. "Then what do you want?" But before that, Momo took in a deep breath and asked seriously, "I want to know how you define good and evil, Senior. You told me before that the coldest and warmest thing in the world is human heart. Then, what's the definition of good and evil? Why are there black, white, and gray?" Luocho kept silent for a while. "We do provide consultation service for customers. But I'm sorry, Mr. Momo, I can't answer your questions. Is there a price?" Momo gave a start, then realized this senior was the boss of that place. "Not really." Luocho shook his head. "You should know that the so-called answer is in everyone's heart. Is the answer given by others worth your reference? Is it worth becoming your answer? It's too difficult. Any slight deviation will lead to a different result. Even if you know my answer, it only represents my personal answer. And I don't represent others, nor can I represent you. So, what's the difference between knowing it or not? And if you force yourself to know, will you feel in the future that I was actually intentionally leading you to a result that I wanted? Senior, you're not that kind of person." Momo shook his head. "If you are that kind of person, then when we met for the first time, I might have become your customer. So, please tell me, even if it's just for reference." Luocho thought for a while, suddenly saying, "I'm sorry, I still won't tell you my definition of good and evil. However, I can provide you with a paid service so that you can figure it out for yourself. What do you think?" "Paid," Momo murmured, then took a deep breath. "Okay." "Don't worry, even if it's paid, it won't be too high." Luocho smiled faintly. "Although it's a paid service, it's just an experience. How about exchanging 30 years of your life for 2 reincarnations? Reincarnation. Momo gave a start. Luocho waved his hand, and a strong pulling force pulled Momo into a whirlpool. When the whirlpool disappeared, this underground treatment room was like a broken mirror. All the scenes cracked, and it recovered to its original appearance. The little girl was still sleeping on the chair. In the isolated ward, Jean Eyre's heartbeat was jumping along with her breathing. Good and evil, black and white and gray. Luocho murmured, "I also want to know." A swaying force pushed Momo's body to one side. In a split second, his head seemed to hit something, so he woke up. The dazzling sunlight crashed into his eyes. He saw a silver sea on the winding mountain road on this shabby country bus. Next stop, Louis Village.